And that was the second time I got crabs.
Just as long as you got the blue ones.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Blue crab, man. Blue crab.
Yeah, obviously I'm more. You're more knowledgeable about crabs than I am.
Like,
Apparently not, since you're the one that kicked the show off with them. Welcome to the Gun Channel's wonderful world of crabs. Having successfully exhausted every other bizarre chat topic. And I's afraid of guns.
So did anyone do anything fun today?
Nope.
Yeah, me either. Basically, later on my house, watch TV.
Yeah, I didn't even do that.
I'm watching a B TV show. Like, it's like a copy of The Walking Dead, kind of.
Is it Zombie Nation?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've never seen it before.
Some of it's entertaining, some of it will make you angry. Most of it's garbage.
I got a quick question here. How do you start a streaming chat? There's a couple guys out in the lobby that have been trying to figure it out and stuff, and seeing as we're in one, obviously someone knows how to do it. Can you do a step-by-step exactly what tabs to click on or whatever?
Wow.
I thought they were working on a tutorial video for us, last I heard.
Okay,
Or
so I
someone.
do it. I do it
Whoa.
different. Go into your Google Plus. Go into Hangouts. Start a live Hangout, and that'll put you in the room. And then in the bottom right-hand corner is the links button, and that'll give you the embed code, and that's what you embed in the Gun Channel's channel. I can go over it like in detail, but that's the synopsis of it. As soon as they changed it in YouTube, I just went back to doing it in Google Plus.
So will it automatically save it to your YouTube when you do that?
Yep.
Yeah. It was just like before YouTube and Google merged. That's how you did it all the time. You would do it from Google Plus, and then it would automatically upload to your YouTube channel, even though they weren't even merged or even thinking about merging yet back in
Because
2012.
I know Dano said something like he had to download an encoder or something. He couldn't get it to work, and
Yeah, if you want to stream now through YouTube, you need streaming software to do it.
Oh, but if you go Google Plus, it works anyways.
Yeah, because that's what Google Plus does. Your Google Plus, your live Hangout gets streamed to YouTube. So if you start the chat in YouTube, it used to just automatically kick you to Google Plus. Now it's letting people pick their own streamer, not forcing you to use Google Plus. But since I knew how to use Google Plus, I just did it I never stopped doing it the old way because it was just easier for me. I was never a YouTuber.
Yep, that's the only way I ever knew how to do it, and that's the way I kept doing it. Google Plus.
Yeah, so just go to Google Hangouts and start a live Hangout, and it'll put you in the room, and then the embed code that you need in like right there, which is the easiest way to put it in the lobby. Or grab one of us.
All right, that's cool. I don't ever start one. I was just curious for the other people because I know they were asking.
Yep.
So are there any
guns today?
I'm uber afraid of guns.
Same here.
Gonna be a slow chat.
Are there any good Labor Day sales on gun stuff out there you guys saw? I looked at a couple different things like free shipping and different stuff, but nothing I really wanted to buy. figure I'll get something before the end of the night if there's something good out there.
Yeah, I haven't really looked.
If any of you guys fancy nylon, BDS Tactical's been having 50% off sales like at least once a month.
I need slings.
They make really nice stuff. Slings, I like Vickers.
I only like nylon holsters for my high points.
I really count on Six String to give me all the deals, the details on sales. And he's not been coming through lately, so got to write him off.
DB's usually pretty good with that stuff too.
Yeah.
I just the only ones I really get are people that I do business with on a regular basis.
Yeah. Heating up a burger from yesterday. All right.
So yeah, basically I just sat around the house all day and messed with social media a little bit. Cleaned some guns.
Took some black and white photos.
No black and white today for me. Scrubbed a little rust off the inside of my SPO1. I was like, I should check my steel guns to make sure they're not rusted.
Did you say you had rust in your SPO1?
Yeah,
What's rusting?
I'll show you the part. Get it on the camera, right? It was no big deal. It was dry as hell. The slide was like not as slick and greasy as, but I also haven't lubed it in a long time. Anyway, on the slide, I'll click on my screen so I can see what the hell I'm doing. See that part that's glaring? Glinting in the middle there?
Yeah, I see it.
There was a teeny bit, little bit of rust. Speck about right there.
And that's just probably bare metal because the coating's probably worn off of that.
It's totally raw steel. There's a lot of raw steel on the inside of the slide. These, and on the inside of the rails on the inside. Especially if you've been putting a lot of rounds through it. But yeah, I scrubbed it off with some 1500 grit sandpaper and then put it back up. Good as new.
I'm having a devil burger tonight.
Oh.
Ooh, ketchup pentagram. Whoa.
Oh, you just gave them more ammunition. Gun owners are now Satanists.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, freedom of religion.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, when I was doing all my like religious research, right, which was basically just watching a bunch of documentaries, a lot of like Richard Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens, stuff like that. I don't know if you guys know who those guys are, but I somehow like this Satanist, like this Church of Satan or the Satanist guy came up, right, and he like has long hair, like the whole like your stereotypical Satanist that you would imagine, and you know, and he's talking and like, and he's saying that basically Satanists are atheists, that they don't like worship a devil, they don't worship Satan, they just don't believe in God, and like you know, but like the whole time he's saying this, he has like the goatee and like the up curved eyebrows, and just you know. And he has like pentagrams and like devil rings on and all sorts of stuff, and he's like sitting here talking to this big auditorium of people, and he's like, "Yeah, no, we don't worship the devil. We just don't believe in God." And so we're Satanists are really atheists.
Right. They do all that stuff as just like a, you know, kind of like a fuck you to the Christians kind of thing. But they're more just, they're humanists. They're like, you know, if you want something, take it and whatever. And they're weird. I'm not saying they're not, but they're not. They don't actually like believe in the devil. They just use the symbolism and the rituals as, you know, it's kind of fun. It's something to do.
I've never known a Satanist in real life, I don't think, but I knew a chick who was really into Wicca, like the witch stuff, and she would like actually cast spells and stuff, and like she was weirded out, man.
Wicca's like the McDonald's of witchcraft.
Like she actually like carried like little vials and necklaces like around her and stuff. Like, oh, this has sage, this protects me against this, and this has cinnamon, and it protects me against that. And like, she was all into it, man.
Why don't these people ever use it to get rich?
That's what I wonder is how come the psychics on TV, like, how come I never hear about them like winning the lottery or?
For the same reason that all those people that like to give Freeman on the Land advice broadcast from their jail cells, and the people that are going to teach you how to make $1 billion on the stock market want you to pay them like $59.95 a month. Yeah. Those people that give the seminars about how never to pay your taxes again by writing in chicken blood on your bill upside down, putting the stamp on backwards, you know, sprinkling it with sage and sending it in. You know, all those fun things. You know,
I've been doing that forever.
Federal Reserve notes are worthless. Give me your Federal Reserve notes. They're worthless, and I'll teach you how to discharge all your bills.
So, I was out of town last week, and I was sitting down in like the lobby of the hotel because there was a restaurant attached. I was waiting for my boss to come down so we could go to dinner, and they had a little like conference room thing, and the doors were open. And I don't know what this guy was selling, but it was one of those like, you listen to the first 10 seconds and you just know this guy's like a pyramid scheme, like, you know, real estate something or other, timeshare. Like, he was just talking about, okay, so if I had the $500, now I could reinvest that, or if you did this and then you get the interest and the da-da-da-da-da-da, and like, just the way he's talking, I'm like, holy shit, someone's about to lose some money. I can just see it. What's that?
30-06 Glock.
Is that one of them 30 caliber clips?
Yep. That's exactly what it is.
It's a pretty nice looking 30-06. Shiny.
Then, yeah, I accidentally loaded, I don't know how it happened, but I was like, I grabbed, when I went to the range yesterday, I grabbed a bunch of ammo just out of my little ammo crate, and I grabbed this box of like 100 rounds of 40, I thought, and I get to the range, and it was, I like opened it up, and I start loading this Glock mag, and I literally like load it and load it and load it, and it was 45 ACP. Oh yeah, that won't shoot out of a 40, but it fits in the 40s max. That's how I was like,
You're gonna
"Gee, I
have a
wonder what else.
bad
I
day.
wonder what else will fit in a 40 mag." 30-06 fits pretty good.
Yeah, it looked like it was made for it.
Today they're giving away that national match. That's the one I want to win. Either that or the super match. Either one of those. Out of everything they're giving away, that's...
Sorry, I had a phone call and missed the psychic part.
Well, for $9.99, they can tell you all about it.
There's a guy out there that offers $1 million to anybody that can prove psychic abilities or
Yeah, James Randi.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
I watched
Well, the
this stuff
James
on
Randi
YouTube.
Foundation, since James Randi's not around.
Did you see the one where he tricked
nobody's
his
been
own
able to
kids?
collect?
Like he tricked his own students?
No.
Okay, like look that up on
Oh
YouTube.
yeah.
He goes into a class. I'm not gonna ruin it for you, but because you gotta watch it. But like his own like college students, like he totally messes with their heads, man. It's great. Just like type in like James Randi like psychic trick or April Fool's. I can't remember if it was an April Fool's or, but it was great. Let's see if I can find it here. YouTube. Let's see.
I love I saw a video. I'm not sure if it was from Randy or not, but it was one of the people that like debunks psychics and whatnot, and they went after that Sylvia Brown bitch. I don't know if you know her. She used to go on like talk shows a lot, like Montel.
Yeah, she's the one who's like says that like, oh, I'm talking to your dead wife right now, and da, da,
Right.
da.
Well, she's like helped police, quote unquote, like find missing persons and everything. And the one, like these people lost their kid, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I see water, and oh yeah, he's definitely dead, and blah blah blah." He's all this shit. They like found him in the desert, like, you know, a week later or something. I was like, I thought you said he was dead and in water. He was like the farthest away from water. He's in a fucking desert, and he certainly wasn't dead.
She's a scam artist.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, Google
What the fuck with people who have like missing persons and like telling them that, oh yeah, I see him in the woods and the police are looking in the wrong area, they'll never find him, and you know, all this different shit. Dude, fuck you, bitch. Those people are hurting enough as it is. Don't pretend like you know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, there's like this video that never got aired. She was on Oprah or something, and she was getting all this shit wrong. And people were like getting offended and like started booing her and shit. And then her ex-husband came out and told all her secrets. My sister was like crazy about her. She read all of her books. She had all of her books, believed every word she said. I was like, you're nuts. This chick is a scam.
Yeah, there was some people up north. I have some family up there, and my dad's aunt passed away. I guess it's probably a couple of years ago now. But anyways, like all of his cousins, you know, her kids, they went to like one of those things. They like did a private reading and all this different shit. And basically only one of the daughters like actually really believes it. The other ones just kind of went along just for the hell of it. And she ended up like going back just herself like 4 or 5 more times. And then finally like all the brothers and sisters were like, this lady's fucking scamming you. She's taking all your money. Like, what the fuck are you doing? And just to hear, like, oh, you know, mom loves you, and but like you already fucking know that. You don't need them to be like, oh, I'm hearing that they want you to, do good. Okay, well, what the fuck? That's common sense.
They want you to take back up artwork again.
It's like
I saw a thing on that chick, and apparently she didn't know any of the people in the audience and all that. But then like the insider thing, like they were showing her before the thing, like asking people questions, and like all these people fill out a questionnaire before they even come in. So then she just picks something off of one of the questionnaires, like, oh, someone in here is an architect, like.
I've heard people, counter that by saying like, well, you should ask them like, as soon as they catch on, like, all right, you're talking to my dead grandpa or whatever, like, ask him where the will is. Ask him like what he did with the money, like what, how come it's always this random stupid bullshit that doesn't really count? Ask him something serious. Be like, hey, I inherited that, blue Mustang, and I was wondering where's the key to the glove box? Ask him something useful. Oh, it doesn't work that way. They tell me what they want.
Right. That's what makes it so easy. It's like, now that I'm dead, I just want to let you know I've never liked you. I hated you, actually. There was massive amounts of medication involved in even putting up with you. You were an embarrassment as a child.
Yeah. Now that I've died, your father never loved me. I was fucking the mailman the whole time. You're probably his. That would be funny, just to be a psychic that just fucks with people.
New reality show on Fox next year. It'd be a hit.
Yeah, I saw a thing with, I think it was Penn and Teller that set this up, but they took just a regular person and taught them how to do cold reading, and they went over to like, I don't know, Australia or something, and they put all this like social media out there, like, oh, this amazing psychic's coming to Australia and blah blah blah, and got all these people, like these believers, to all show up. And the person did the cold reading, and then even like after that, they went and like told the people, hey, just so you know, this was a trick. Like, I'm not really psychic. They taught me how to do this last week and blah blah blah. But she said she felt like so horrible doing it. Like even telling them the truth, she still felt horrible that she was tricking them the whole time and lying to them. Instead of like,
she only felt horrible because she wasn't making money.
Yeah. Well, and some people were like, no, I know you say that, but I still believe I was talking to my dad or whatever. She's like, no, you weren't. I was just saying random shit and guessing. And he's like, no, you have the gift. Like, there were people that were still convinced, even after being told, this is a scam. But
there is an old Steve Martin movie where he plays a preacher that travels from town to town, and they show like how they do a lot of that stuff when they set up the auditoriums and have the people come in and stuff like that. How they get them to disclose enough information to be able to play on the cold readings.
Yeah, I remember that movie.
Well, yeah, and then there was that Peter Popoff. He was like I don't know if he was a faith healer, but I guess like he was a religious person basically doing like the cold reading stuff. I think it has something to do with healing. But anyways, there was his wife like on a little like radio telling him, because you would fill out like a prayer card, like, oh, I'm worried about money, or I'm worried about arthritis, or blah blah blah. And James Randi went in there with like a radio scanner and picked up the thing and then showed this video, and you would hear like the lady go, all right, our next one is Sheila, she has arthritis, and he'd sit there and go, oh, God wants me to find Sheila. He's gonna burn that arthritis out of your hand. And it's like, dude, what the fuck? That shit pisses me off so much.
The best was the dude down here. I forget which one it was, but he's one of these guys with the ball stadium type churches, and he actually got crap for getting up there saying, "Send me money. God said I need a new airplane."
Mm.
That
You guys ever
British
seen
guy.
Ridiculous?
Anybody have HBO?
Yeah, I got HBO.
That British guy. You know that British guy that does that talk show with the glasses.
Yeah.
He did that. He did an episode on the ridiculousness of the people that were so-called. They were evangelists, but their whole scheme was the planting seeds, and the seed was that you give them money, and you're supposed to like get more money in return through your faith in your sowing of your seed or whatever. And he basically uncovered the scam and then talked about how ridiculous it was that the IRS, what the qualifications you need to become a religious organization that doesn't have to pay taxes to the IRS. It was pretty good. And then
Oh
he
shit,
started
man! We
his
should
own.
start a gun channels religion. I'm down with that.
You can. He did his own on that show and made it, and it was all legal, and it was pretty funny.
Oh, John Oliver. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm Pastafarian, so.
High Priest G Webs. He's the gun channels pope.
Hail Satan. It's like one of the best South Park episodes ever.
And then just donate to our organization, and you will be forgiven.
Yeah. But if you send in 9mm, you're going to hell. That's the devil's round.
We'll still keep it, though.
Well, of course.
It's a room full of pinks.
Hey, I just joined the room.
Pink 1, pink 2.
I can grab my phone and go pink 3.
Oh, shit. That's too much pinks for the chat. Might.
Never enough pink in the chat.
True. Didn't think of it that way.
Well, Moon, you just need to come back with some grays.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Some dusty old grays.
Is this chat still stuck on Moon, or was that like a while ago?
No, I took it off. I clicked on him when he was showing his
Alright.
his underpolished pickup rail. Got to get the Dremel out and make that thing glisten.
I just went back into the lobby room. I don't always watch the text chat, but I just flip back every once in a while. I saw that.
I think I'd like to just sit down one day and put like 1,000 rounds through that CZ and let like the carbon and stuff grind it down to a nice fine break-in and then polish it on the inside with mothers. Then it'll be like all buttery smooth.
Before flits, you know what my uncles taught me to do? On the 1911s, pack them with toothpaste. Just the cheapest old toothpaste that you can get in the store, and sit and work the actions. They used to make me do that while I was sitting in the shop.
Yeah, well, Will uses Ajax, right? He polishes stuff with Ajax.
I don't know if it still is because there's all kinds of polishes out there now, but the abrasive part of toothpaste used to be crushed seashells.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he uses that water. He mixes water with it. Uses watered down Ajax or something like that. Because we thought it was what, like blue something.
I thought it was polishing shit with blue Loctite.
Yeah, or something like that.
Well, like Flitz and semichrome is more of a coating and a cleaner than anything else. It's really got no, appreciable abrasiveness to it.
Yeah, that's why mostly when I'm polishing the barrels or something on the CZs, I use Mothers. I tried Flitz, but it wasn't working too good for me. That was the first thing I tried because I couldn't find Mothers.
That's how I ended up with a lot of two-tone stainless steel guns, especially the third generation Smith & Wessons. You clean them and rub them off. They had a satiny finish to them. Used to clean them and rub them off, and then like after a year or so of just carrying the gun and wiping it off, the sides would start to shine, and the rest of the gun was matte, and it used to like drive me crazy.
So I don't really polish anything. I just go with whatever it's, wherever it comes like.
Well,
that was the point. It was like you weren't really polishing it just through normal use. The way they had the texture on the gun was so fine. It used to just polish itself. I mean, I'm talking about the times of leather holsters too. So the whole gun would be matte, and the slab sides of the slide would be like real shiny.
yeah, plus a good polish is a good rust preventative.
I just dip my shit in oil.
That works too.
So, anybody want to talk about Uber?
We're waiting for you.
I think the best.
Joke, by the way.
Yeah, the best line of the night was when we first got in this chat, and I'm not going to credit who said it. Was that you, Moon? But he goes, "Tonight we're going to have an uber good chat."
Exactly.
It
the
was
most
just
amazing
subtle
thing
enough.
is there was a new member to Gun Channels that was there last night, and I was so blown back by the fact that the person there were two people that were rather verbose, but the one person kept putting down New York City left and right, and it's like, does he not even realize, A, there's a new member in here, and B, you're making sure that the guy may never come back again because of it.
Yeah, because the new guy was from New York.
And is currently living in New York City.
Which is how we were talking about New York gun laws to begin with.
Right.
Just because.
It's like, well, that's the way to make sure that, we don't grow.
I miss all the fun.
I know, I get a text last night. It's like, are you in the chat? Like, no, I'm at work. It's like, the chat just exploded.
Well, one thing I do have to pass along for those that do occasionally host chats, and is I just discovered it last night, is Google periodically likes to fuck with all of us in the way that you do things. And the way that you could start a chat from the YouTube entrance versus the Google Plus entrance is very different.
Dano, that was so last half hour.
Okay.
Yeah, I asked about it just so that if I saw you later, I could tell you to start it up in the Google Plus versus using the stupid YouTube.
Yes. So what is this? Is there a simple answer to how to start it up from YouTube versus Google Plus? I know Google Plus is the easy way. Now,
I think that's what we decided was just fuck YouTube.
Well,
I think that was the answer.
I realize they're separating YouTube from Google Plus, which it never should have been incorporated in the first place. And I'm thinking they're doing it so they can spin it off back onto its own company, it makes it sellable when it's not integrated.
What they're
they've
doing.
always been semi-connected from the beginning of Google Plus, because that's where you originally had to start a Hangout.
Well, they're not separating. What they're doing is giving you more options for what to use as a streamer. The way it works is the Google Plus Live thing streams your chat out. Okay, YouTube just picks up that stream and records it. So if you started it from YouTube, it used to force you into Google Plus as your streamer. Now it's just letting you use other streamers to be able to do the same thing, so you have more options. So if you want to start it now through YouTube, you have to download, a third-party streamer, or just use Google Plus as your streamer, which is the way it was originally set up.
But unfortunately, there's no little pop-up message that just says exactly what you said. So it leaves it to the user to figure out where's the use it as before, or now you have the option that you use these other methods.
Well, actually, if you go into YouTube and you start a live stream, to the right-hand side, there's a checklist of everything you have to do. It's first you need to download this, then you need to do this, then you need to do that. Now, when you're ready, start your streaming software. So there's actually a checklist on the right-hand side.
Right. Well, even that, they kind of screwed it up, because I went through the checklist, and the terminology that they use for the stream number, etc., is different than what the software encoding software calls it. It calls it one thing, and Google calls it another thing. Anyway, okay.
That's probably why Google put their big name stamp up in the left side of the chat box.
I'm more than happy to move on to another subject. I just wasted 2.5 hours of my life last night trying to figure it out.
We don't need a Young Guns chat. We need a Young Geeks chat for all us old farts. Hey, kid, here's a cookie. Show us how this works.
Give your phone to a 4-year-old and they'll get it all set up for you.
Oh, we used to do the same for our parents with the VCRs. Remember?
Yeah,
my
dad
I still do.
My dad was super hip on computers until '95, and then he just quit. He had a computer in '84. When I was a kid, we used to get a new computer every other year, and it always had top of the line shit. And then in '95, he just stopped. He just stopped buying new stuff and he's like, well, this is all the technology I need. Windows 95. I'm done. And we were online yesterday. I was helping him buy AR parts, and he was getting confused on how to buy shit. He was filling out all the information for buying the stuff, and then he's like, okay, cool, and then he hit the back button. I'm like, why the fuck would you hit the back button after you typed in your address? That just fucked everything up. You gotta do it all over again. It was really funny. I'm like, you're going back in time, dude. You don't even know how to do anything now.
It became famous when IBM officially launched the 286 line of machines, the XT. They sent out their business publication thing, and the default configuration was that it was a server for, I think, up to 4 PCs, and I quote, because no single individual needs this much computing power.
Oh yeah, I remember the days of, oh god, you have a gig hard drive, you're never gonna fill that up.
If we were still in a command line world, that's not completely, but it still would be partially true.
A gig, I think my first computer had a 256K hard drive.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Mine had 2 meg.
I mean,
I don't know what that first one had. I just know it didn't have Windows. Windows wasn't out yet.
right.
It had a mouse for 2 programs. There was a drawing program, and God, what was that second thing? Something else that used a mouse. All the other ones is all keyboard, all DOS.
Yeah, well, the GUI front ends is what knocks a little away that concept of just needing a little bit of cycles to operate for multiple users.
Yeah, I think I still got my Apple IIe Wozniak signature computer.
Did you turn it into a flower pot?
Where the GUI front end took more memory and hard drive space than the actual applications and the data that you were trying to manipulate, whether it was text or numerical or whatever.
Well, that's the other thing too, right? With pictures and videos and all that stuff, and music, like they're kind of right with, oh man, a gig hard drive, you'll never fill it up. Yeah, if you're only saving text documents and like Excel spreadsheet type of things, it will be hard to fill up a gig's worth of stuff.
Or you save everything to the cloud, or on some other network device that's not your PC.
Right.
You gotta go back to the real good old days when they didn't measure storage in terms of bytes. They measured it in terms of square feet. How many cartons of punch cards could you fit in your room? That was your hard drive.
I remember the kids walking across campus with their punch cards, as if they were carrying, bricks of gold, between the weight and God help them if they fell. They would start crying on the spot.
Yeah. But my dad had punch cards were a little before my time, but I remember the story. My dad was in school and he had like a final exam where they had to write a program or whatever, like right then and there. And he did something like that where he fucked up the order, like he dropped a couple or something. And he thought he was going to like fail the class, and ends up like the teacher was nice and gave him a little extra time to like sort it out and put it back in order. Because like he was all done. He's like, okay, it's done. He was going to like turn it in, and he fucked up the order.
Yeah, I think I've still got a box of old floppies in there.
The actual floppies?
Or the hard floppies.
No, the soft floppies.
Oh, the days of the 5 1/4-inch floppies.
Are those worth anything? Like, if you have like a shitload of floppies and the hard floppies, are they actually worth anything?
Nope.
Maybe to this one guy in Indiana. So, as I mentioned, right, I was out of town for work. This guy's a project engineer down there, and I heard him talking, and he was like, I heard him on the phone, right, and he's like, oh yeah, I got those drawings you want. They're AutoCAD drawings. And he's like, I'll put them on a floppy for you. You can come pick them up, tomorrow or whatever. I was like, seriously, dude? This is how you're dealing with your other contractors, is you're giving them floppies? Do you not have... I have a fucking 8 gig thumb drive like in my pocket right now I could just give to you.
Well, floppies were the original sneakernet.
When I go to the beach, I wear flippy floppies.
And if you don't know what a sneakernet is, you're not a true old-style geek.
Yeah, I think that's before my time.
That's where people used to take a floppy and go from computer to computer to computer to transfer files with the same physical floppy because they weren't networked together.
You called it SneakerNet?
No, I didn't call it that. That's what it is called. Sneaker, as in the shoe sneaker net.
No, we called it NinjaNet because we used to wing the floppies like shuriken across the offices.
Hello, Quark.
Hey, Quark.
Hey, I'm actually in McDonald's, so I won't be talking.
Oh.
Well, you don't want other
Are there
people
any
in
cute
the house.
girls there?
I don't know if you guys can hear that background noise or not.
No, can't hear it. A
Oh.
little bit.
Yeah, just a little. You can jump in if you want, though. It's not bad.
This is off of Google. It's what SneakerNet is. So I guess it's any device.
Yeah, that's true.
Somebody playing the chat in the background or no? Okay, it's gone. Never mind.
No, Quark's at McDonald's taking everybody's order.
Hey,
I'll take a large fry and a vanilla malt. Oh, that's right. They don't have malts.
Are there any cute girls at the McDonald's?
Uh-oh. Oh, that's all we got was a quick peek. You either saw it or you missed it, huh? Oh, you got the Midnight Manager there, and his favorite cashier. Now, if you want those extra hours, Susie,
damn it.
you got to come to the back room and work it.
Hey, I was more worried about the copyrighted music here, so...
No, you can't. We can't hear the music at all.
Wow, that's amazing. I can barely hear you guys over it.
Yeah, I mean, you come in clear, but I can't hear anything else.
I tried to tell Marco to do another Walking Dead trivia since we didn't have a Fear the Walking Dead last night, but I don't think he.
I know. Wasn't last night's Fear the Walking Dead the best one yet?
It had the least amount of things that pissed me off.
So,
We had the least amount of things that bored me to sleep.
so are you saying it's a show that's really not worth watching?
I wouldn't say that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I kind of like it. It's just, it's more people and backstory than anything else. But, you know, then again, even The Walking Dead, half of that's fucking drama and shit, too. Like,
True.
you know, neither of them are just straight up action zombie movies or whatever.
Yeah, and I don't think that's their aim. I think they are TV dramas because that's what
Oh yeah.
gets the most viewers,
It is a
the
drama.
highest ratings.
I mean,
Yeah.
ideally, you're trying to get something to go over the span of many years, so that's way too much time TV time to try to cover with action only. Where drama, it's a lot easier to fill time.
Cheaper too.
Yeah, yes, a whole lot cheaper. Action is expensive.
Well, isn't that why I thought I heard something they stayed on the farm longer because they spent a whole bunch of money and they didn't, you know, there was all those episodes with not many zombies
Well,
because they didn't have the money for it.
Sometime. I mean, and depending on how you look at it, you can say that the time at the prison was saving money. The time back on the farm before that, Herschel's farm, the time there saved him some money.
Right. Well, I mean, that's kind of the behind the scenes, though. I heard that
Yeah.
it was strictly budget, and then they got a bunch of money thrown at them because they were doing good. But the prison, they were probably saving up for the fucking tank, and when they had to like blow half the shit up.
I mean, if it's action, 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 after a while it becomes very dull, so they have to take a break. Otherwise, I mean, you're going to become desensitized to it. It's like the fireworks. You go to the fireworks, and the first couple of them are really exciting. But then, except for the finale, after a while, you become desensitized to it. It's like, yep, there's another one. Yep, there's another one.
Also, like, aren't you interested into seeing how this zombie apocalypse affects each character? I think that's interesting.
Well, I am. Yeah.
What I'm interested in is seeing how they handle the start of the outbreak as a community more than an individual. I want to see how, in this case, Los Angeles deals with the outbreak.
Well, The Walking Dead started as a group of individuals back at the quarry. I mean, although they were a group, they were truly not a community. They were a group of individuals. It was after that, after the quarry, is when they actually became a community. It's just they were a community I don't want to say on the run, but on the walk.
Well, I'm talking about as a whole, the whole city, basically, that whole community.
Oh.
I'm just waiting for the first bullet button.
Yeah, that's me too. It's gonna be interesting to see. The cops won't have to deal with anything like that, but
They won't put anything like that in there, but that'd be a great little, jab. The citizens be shooting, be like, oh, fuck, I gotta change the magazine.
And
Damn it, I can't get this thing out.
The realists will say, well, of course not, because they're all police versions. That's the only way they got them. And the police versions don't have bullet.
Yeah, or the military.
Yeah.
Right. That's why they're always all full auto. Everyone gets full auto everything, it seems like.
Yeah, because I'd like to see that, where it's like, somebody's trying their life and it's, 13 zombies coming at them and they only have 10 rounds.
And the other thing is that, they may say they're low on ammo, but they truly never run out during the middle of a fight and actually have to go fist to,
Didn't they do that at the jail where they ran out?
Well, they conserved ammo by just using their knives to defense, but that's not being attacked.
No, I'm talking about actually during that final battle with the governor. Didn't they
okay. Well,
end up either losing their gun somehow or running out of ammo and then using what they had at hand?
it's hard to say because there was so much confusion and mayhem going on. It was difficult to see.
Oh, very true.
So, are any of you guys watching The Strain?
Nope.
It's actually a pretty good show. I didn't like it when it was first on. I was like, yeah, this is dumb. And then they were off for, I think, a couple years or something, and now this is season 2. They're just on FX, and they replayed season 1 before it started. And I watched all those, and now I'm all into it. But anyways, this most recent one, the one guy's like, I gotta get a sniper rifle. And they're like, okay, whatever, blah, blah, blah. He ends up going and buying a Mauser. And he's walking around the city with this thing slung over his back. Because, they're in New York, so they won't have a lot of guns there.
Yeah, if they're in New York City, no way. Only the police issue with, with the New York triggers, that's going to be a lot of fun.
You still have your XDS, Dano?
Yeah, I'm sure he does.
The full auto XD. Well, at least if it was in 45, right?
There's another recall.
Another recall on XDs?
Yeah.
This is a new one?
Yeah, I think the first one had to do with the trigger, something in the trigger, right?
I thought it was the safety.
Yeah, it was the trigger safety, or excuse me, the grip safety.
Okay, this might be old then. Well, actually, no, it's dated September. I guess it's the same recall, and they're just reminding people that haven't sent their thing in yet to send it in. I think Dan already did that.
Yeah, normally when they send that out, it's they've gotten just a small percentage of the guns that actually sold, returned, to have them fixed. So the other people haven't either heard about the recall, or more likely that they're not concerned about the recall because their gun works just fine.
Well, they're doing this reminder, I guess, because there was a case where a guy shot his friend, supposedly, I'm putting air quotes, accidentally, because of possibility that the gun malfunctioned because he didn't send it back for the recall because he was worried about how much time it would take for them to fix it. So he got charged with manslaughter and then was convicted.
Yeah, which it should be if he, especially if he knew about the recall.
Well, you never
Yeah,
point a loaded firearm at somebody, even if the safety's on. You don't trust the safety.
right.
That's rule number one: is don't point it at anything you don't want to destroy. So.
Well, I don't know all the details. He might not have been pointing it at him. He might have been he might have swept him and then it went off at that point. But
Well, whether it's a half a second or 10 seconds, he had to point it at him. Otherwise, the guy never would have gotten hit.
true.
Well, that's the thing with the safety rules is that even if you only follow a couple of them and not the others, you can still avoid catastrophic failure. You basically have to fail all 3 of them in order to hurt somebody.
Anywho, false flag on the second recall. Second recall.
So, but exactly what's going on with the grip safety? I haven't really heard anything about. I don't own any XDs, so I haven't heard anything too much about that. But like, it'll shoot without engaging the grip safety. Is that what it is?
I don't know. The only thing Dano might know everything about it, but the only thing I know they added to it to fix it was another roll pin in the actual grip button in the back.
Yeah, it was something, I don't remember exactly, but it's something like it would kind of get stuck where, like, even though you weren't pushing in the grip safety, like, the gun was acting as if it was already pushed in, or I forget exactly. It had something to do with the trigger reset and the grip safety, where, like, when you close the slide, it could go off even without, like, pulling the trigger. Because the thing was, like, stuck forward or something. I forget exactly.
You talking about the first recall?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't
Do
remember.
you know more about it? Because I did a horrible job explaining it.
Well, my XDS, which is an S, not a standard XD, has I bought that after the recall was already in place for the ones that were selling, so mine never had to get sent back.
Oh.
And the way to tell is you look at the little passive grip safety, and there's a little roll pin that you can just when it's not depressed, that you can see is kind of peeking out, that is perpendicular to the slide.
Yeah.
And if you see that little roll pin there, that's how you would know that, okay, the fixes from recall number 1 are in. Now, if there's a second recall, that's news to me.
No, it was the same recall. It's just a reminder because not everybody sent their. They know there's a lot of guns out there that haven't been sent in.
Right.
If only there was a gun registry and they could just, send a letter to everyone who owns one.
Well, they're logging serial numbers by. They know which ones needed the recall, so they know that they don't have all the serial numbers that didn't get fixed. So that's how the manufacturer knows.
Yeah. And I don't think, of course, as I remember correctly, I don't think on the warranty card there's a serial number. There's a place for a serial number. I could be wrong.
I just go online and do them anyway. I don't even fill out warranty cards and mail them or anything anymore. I just go on their website and do the online warranty card.
I can't remember if at the time if Springfield had that online option for that. Because some manufacturers do and some don't.
Yeah, I'm used to doing it with Glock.
Yeah, that's how I did it with my 2 Glocks. But how many of us can say we had handguns before there was an internet?
Some of them are warranties that you don't need to fill out because it's a lifetime on the weapon. So no matter who owns it or who gets it next, it still
Mhm.
continues.
I don't ever fill out warranty on like anything. So I don't know.
I fill out
I don't know if
warranty
that's bad or
stuff I
not,
don't
but
even
I've never had a problem.
Nah, you won't. You typically won't have a problem. It's not like the warranty on a TV where they're like, fill it out as soon as you get home and give us a copy of the receipt and all this bullshit. So even Glock has a limited warranty, but they'll basically service the gun for the gun's entire lifespan.
Isn't it like to the original owner? Is that how they do it?
I don't know. I've heard of people sending used Glocks back and having stuff done to them for free,
Well, I can't remember. That's why I asked.
updated parts and everything.
I know some companies are transferable lifetime, but some companies are, you know, the original owner lifetime. Like High Points, you know, they're transferable. They're forever guaranteed, no matter how many times it's been bought and sold.
Yeah.
But that's also part of what makes them different, and they almost kind of have to do that, so that gives people confidence in the gun. That, well, if there's something not right with it, you can always send it back. I mean, I would still not want one, but
I would highly doubt Glock is a lifetime transferable warranty. I very highly doubt that. You know, not saying that they still can, you know, fix someone's gun just because they can without charging them, even if they weren't the original owner. You know, especially with all the recalls they've had.
Well, they don't usually do a recall Glock. They do like
I know
behind
exactly.
the
It's a
scenes.
voluntary, you know. Oh, you
Yeah.
can send us your gun and we'll fix it, but it's not a recall.
There's
You know-
one thing I know about Glock is that if you buy a used Glock and say the barrel's messed up, they won't fix that. They'll charge you for a new barrel. The frame, I think they'll charge you for a new frame if there's something messed up with the frame, like a broken trigger guard or something like that. But if it just needs updated springs and parts and whatever, they'll do it. They'll do it and just charge you shipping. They just don't publicize it or market it like that.
right.
So a lot of people don't take
Well,
advantage.
And isn't there something too with Glock when they like make like new parts? If they do any work on something, they'll replace like everything else you have.
Yeah, pretty much.
So is Matt's chat on in about 15 minutes or so, or is that an hour and 15 minutes?
It should be on in 15 at 9
Okay.
Eastern.
Any idea what his topic is, or if he has one?
I don't know.
Since there was no show last night, right?
Nope.
Okay.
Let me head over to his channel and you can see the topic, I guess. Top of the video. Check it out. I will check it out.
All right.
So I got a link.
Actors, you're one of the special few.
Let's see here. Gay global warming free-for-all chat. All right.
What?
That's the name of his topic?
Yeah. Gay, comma, global warming, comma, free for all chat.
That sounds like I have no topic, chat.
Hashtag Uber.
Sounds like he's happy to have global warming to me.
I mean, I understand. I mean, if there was no show last night and he always does them based on the show, then it's a lobby chat on his channel. Nothing wrong with that. But like all lobbies, all topics can be discussed, including New York City. What was that? Paste picante sauce? Where they did that?
Yep. I still buy that paste picante sauce. They probably like brainwashed me as a child watching those commercials.
It was kind of funny.
Because I think of that every time, you know, like every time I go, like I'm like, oh, I need some, because I eat a lot of chips and salsa, and so every time I go by, I'm like, I think of that, you know, New York City.
I guess I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Me neither.
See you guys.
Going to work?
Yeah, afraid I have to.
All right,
Have a good night, man.
Yep, see you guys.
Yeah,
See
take it easy.
Take it easy, me.
So, Moon, you going to be heading over to Mass Chat here shortly?
Yeah, probably.
I figured you'd be bailing on us. You big timer.
I'll be back after that.
Yeah. So you say, two-timer. Two-timer.
I like gays and global warming.
There you go. Well,
Oh,
I'll
no,
tell you
no,
what.
I think he meant gay as in happy, like happy for global warming.
I don't know if that's exactly what he meant.
Who's out in the chat? Anybody?
There was a couple people earlier.
Ramp Rat. Never talked to him in a chat. I've seen him in the text chats.
What did we think of Yankees' last IG post? I don't know. I don't know if I even recall seeing a post from him for a while.
That's I just went over to Instagram right now. I just saw that. I'll see if I can find it.
Let's see. Search.
I'll be back in a minute.
Is that a threat? Must have been a while ago. I'll have to actually search Yankee.
What? Yankees' last video?
He said his last Instagram.
Oh.
Kim Davis, I guess. I don't even know. I've seen like a couple posts of her like making fun of her on Instagram. I don't even know who this chick is. Like, they're comparing her to Hillary Clinton and all sorts of stuff. I have no clue who this chick is.
I don't know. It's a little too political for me. I've been seeing pictures of that washed up beach baby all day, and it's like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, I don't want to see
Nobody,
that.
nobody takes it away or covers it up. They just take pictures of it.
What did I miss? What's too political?
It's like a problem with refugees in Europe.
Oh,
I didn't read the whole story because
well, there's an ongoing issue with. You can be politically correct and say migrants, or we can say illegal immigrants, and they're the same thing. I think you're a migrant if you're legally migrating from point A to point B.
I really don't care about this lady that didn't give a marriage license. I'm all for freedom of getting married if you're gay and everything, but I saw another meme where it was like this lady didn't give out one marriage license and she's in jail. And then they showed this California sheriff, this female California sheriff, that denied 7,000 people their CCW permits, and she's still walking the streets.
Yep.
So I'd rather see that sheriff in jail than this one lady that was just supposedly upholding the law of her state.
Nobody gets physically hurt or dies as a result of not being married.
Right.
Well, I say throw them both in jail. I mean, the marriage lady, she's in there for contempt of court. Like, she was specifically ordered to issue the license, and she didn't. So that's why she's going to jail. Because apparently, marriage license are shall issue, and CCW are still may issue in some places. So as soon as we get a federal thing that says all license must be issued.
Well, I think the sheriff was ordered to issue them too.
Oh, well, fuck her, put her in jail.
A key word. These may issue states are really may not issue.
All right, I'll be back, guys.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to step out as well. See y'all a little bit later.
Wow, everyone's dropping out of here, Lan. I guess I might as well head over and watch the chat, too.
Oops.
Oh, I guess there's no one in the lobby. I figured there'd be a bunch of people here.
I think everybody, when Matt's chat just ended, maybe people are watching that, or else they're watching Volcano.
Yeah, well, Volcanoes was over. His was kind of short. I was in it.
Oh, it already started and ended already?
Yeah.
Oh, was there a topic?
Yeah, the topic was like UK gun laws. And I guess he was supposed to have someone like on the chat from the UK until he realized that it's like 3 o'clock in the morning there. So I guess that's not very good like guest prep work. But the guy said he was going to join. Maybe he didn't realize what time it would have been.
Yeah, that happens. I have links out there now and we're talking, so maybe people will jump in.
Yep, hopefully. Well, did you do anything exciting today?
Yeah, he beat up Yankee.
Well, that's exciting.
I just wasn't taking his shit because he was trying to take it off course or whatever. I was basically just trying to say that he's always thinking that corporations are the ones manipulating everything, and I say it's the structure that can be manipulated that's at fault. Like,
Absolutely.
fix the damn system, right?
Well, I was trying to feed you from the internal chat. There's about 900 people that sit on the board of directors of just about every publicly traded company globally. So there is collusion built into the system. It's cross-pollination.
Well, sure, but I'm saying I doubt that very much that somebody back in, I think it's all started with for refrigeration, roads, fast food, the families, like the, what do you call it, the growth from the baby boom, right? All those things created what we got today, and we're just the result of that. I don't think that somebody was like, you know what, like here's a way to manipulate the U.S. population over the next couple of decades to get them where we own all the food. I just think like a happy circumstance for them.
Yeah, but you have the Tavistock Institute, you have the Ford Institute, you have Carnegie. There absolutely has been long-term plans as far as control and manipulation goes. That's no secret. I mean, you can take college courses on it.
Well, all right, but I mean, you're talking like we think this industry should grow, or you're talking this specifically as like we don't want to just let that aspect of food go unchecked. So we're going to manipulate everything to where we're going to sway the population to where we get to produce all the food because we create the food that they demand.
Well, you have a huge catalyst there. As far as setting everything up was the Industrial Revolution. You have people that, for the purposes of work and income, moved out of a rural economy and moved into cities that at the time were just developing, and nobody had any real good idea of what the logistics were going to be when you start talking about the massive population surges from the breadbasket, if you will, to the coastal cities and manufacturing regions. So once you get a large population in a small area that's no longer able to feed itself, what do you have? I mean, you have a glaring opportunity.
Right. Well, you're talking the Industrial Revolution, so what, the 30s and 40s?
Well, prior to that, more like the mid 1800s.
So who would have been the ones to have colluded back then and known about things? Like, I mean, I guess they could have anticipated more railroads, but they wouldn't have anticipated
the transportation things like airplanes or whatever.
Well, look at the progression of things. The first thing that's going to hit is real estate and building and manufacturing. The second thing it's going to hit is transportation. The third thing it's going to hit is infrastructure, sanitation services. Then you're talking about food. I mean, you're talking about having to have the resources, whether it's governmental or corporate or a combination of both in collusion, to set up this infrastructure that needs to be set up that never really existed before. And then on top of the people that you have moving from agrarian societies into big cities, you also, certain of those cities like New York, the big immigration cities, you have a massive amount of immigrants coming in on top of it. So again, you have a situation that exists and you have an opportunity that exists, and there's obviously going to be plans of long-term control. It's required, it's necessary.
Sure, I'll give you that each of those towns, maybe even areas that are highly populated, like, maybe bigger than towns, like areas, but not, I don't think back then there was somebody that said, oh no, we're going to be able to do this for the whole country, so let's get started in each of these individual cities with this plan. That would have been before refrigeration. It would have been very impossible, in my mind, it would have been impossible to actually have considered what we've got today. So all I'm suggesting is that when I was trying to get to Yankee, I'm not trying to defend what we got or nothing. I mean, all I'm suggesting is what we got is what we got. So how we got here is almost irrelevant unless switch you can flip and it goes the other way, but that doesn't exist. Right now, the way that everything works is, if you get rid of the corporations, let's say, which I don't know, I mean, is that anyone's goal? Then what do you got? You just have a lack of supply that everyone's depending on. So I'm suggesting that you look at you scrutinize the system that they're manipulating, and you change the system so that they can't manipulate it, for one, and then I think that would relieve the pressure on, or at least it would limit the ability of them to push the things that they want to push on us, and then that would allow people to figure out what they want to eat again, and at least require of them, because they're able to adapt, so require of them the stuff that we'd rather eat. And anyway, in the long run, I think that would be a way to change things that doesn't require the toppling of the corporation system or something.
Well, no, and that's where I think Yankees, got the right idea, is the intertwinement of the system, the corporations, and the politicians is completely out of control. So the economy is not a free economy anymore. And the concept of, well, I don't like this company's product, so I'm just not going to, buy that product, and the company's going to change their ways, or they're going to go out of business. Okay, that just doesn't exist anymore, because the power of the corporate lobby is such that they can structure laws to force us into making certain purchases. They can beat out their competition, they can buy up their competition. So when you have the legislative structure protecting and guiding the consumer and protecting the corporate market, I mean, that's not a free economy anymore. So the separation of the corporations from the money is not about destroying the corporations, it's about never having to formulate this sentence, too big to fail. Okay, if you want an indication of how much trouble that you're in, too big to fail is all you need to know.
Well, that comes down to, I've heard people talk about, oh, we need to get money out of politics. It's not the money in politics that's really the problem. It's the power that the politicians have that then people with money can buy. If you took the power away from the government, there wouldn't be any incentive to buy politicians because they can't do anything to help you.
Well, sure, and then we're back to the whole thing of the game. Yeah, the game is the problem, not the players.
Yeah, I like Moon's idea.
What's Moon's idea?
Turn our guns into plowshares. And we can do all the farming ourselves.
That could create some issues.
And the conversation involves guns and plowshares and farming and agriculture.
Then it should be an uber good discussion.
Yes.
Ay.
What are all them Uber jokes about now?
Last night's lobby.
The 4 hour and 40-minute mark of last night's lobby, as Moon pointed out to me, that I was listening to it this afternoon, and then I clicked it off because it was like going nowhere, and I put on something else, and then I found out I missed all the fun.
Well, I don't know if it was fun. It was people yelling at each other.
Sure was fun to listen to.
I was going to say, I was laughing hysterically.
I didn't enjoy it that much. I enjoy discussions and disagreements, but just random yelling is not enjoyable to me. And I was in the chat. I was just sitting there like, all right, guess I'll wait for these guys to finish, and then we'll talk about something else.
You're obviously not Italian.
I'm a quarter Italian.
We live for random yelling.
Well, you know what? Fuck you. I don't want to hear that fucking shit. It's stupid.
That's fine. Fuck you too. I mean, if you were really Italian, we'd be outside on the street where everybody could hear it. We don't fight like, we like to take it public. Chat killers.
Yeah.
I'm just responding to somebody on Facebook.
You're bonding.
I'm bonding. Respond.
I've seen some of your bonds.
Nothing's personal anymore. We just bond through Facebook. Virtual pokes and hugs.
It's become like my favorite train wreck. It is amazing how stupid people are and how willing they are to display it. Okay? Somebody, you know what Duffel Blog is?
Nope.
Duffel Blog is like the Onion of the military. Okay, it's a completely satirical website, and it's based on all military humor. So somebody posted an article today, I guess, of a clerk who refuses to issue any DD-214s because of her beliefs about people having to serve in the military, so she won't issue your release papers. So obviously it's a satire of the crap that you guys spent way too much time talking about in the other chat. Like, my phone exploded. Do you believe this? And I look at it and I'm like, no, I don't, you idiot. It's the Duffel Blog. What's that? It's like the Onion of the Department of Defense. It's satire. It's not real.
Wait, what do you mean? The Onion is my most trusted news source.
Which is probably it's probably a step up from Wikipedia. But yeah, people went absolutely nuts, insane today over that.
The problem with, I don't know, society or whatever, I guess you could call it, but like, there's a thing, I always forget what it's called, but when like something is so ridiculous that when someone is doing satire, you can't tell the difference between like a joke and people's actual thinking.
It's because they believe the Daily Show. They think Jon Stewart's an actual legitimate newscaster.
Yeah, that's true. I know a lot of people that I went to high school with that get their news from Comedy Central.
Yeah.
All their talking points can be heard on all of those liberal, I guess, I don't even know what to call them, talk shows that are based around comedy.
Yeah, there's some of them you kind of suspect it a little bit, and then they open an argument with Jon Stewart said, or they'll reference something that you heard him say at some point, and then it sinks in that you just wasted all this time on this person, and all of their argument was gotten from satire.
Well, the thing with Jon Stewart, though, the story is real, and then he makes jokes about it, but the actual information is still true. You know, these satire stories just completely made up. I mean, there's a difference.
Well, he also has those satire pieces where he sends those people out to do the stories, and those are completely fabricated. But some of the people that watch this stuff, they think those are actual journalism too.
But Jon Stewart also twists what he thinks is true he puts his own opinion in with it. And these people that are watching him are like, yeah, that must be true. He's laughing and making fun of these people. That must be morons because he says so.
Well, sure, I agree he puts his own opinion on it, puts his own spin, but it's like, if he starts a thing going, Donald Trump said this stupid thing and now I'm going to make fun of him. The first part's still true, like the guy really did say that, or, whatever. And as far as those field pieces, when they go and interview people, those people are actually do believe what they're saying. And it's just the reporters are like making fun of them to their face. And some catch on, some don't. But those are real people that are doing interviews.
But the scary part about it is, you can talk about Comedy Central. CNN's no different. Fox News is no different.
They're all like that basically, except Jon Stewart's up front about it.
Yeah, Comedy Central cloaks their propaganda in comedy. Fox cloaks their propaganda in conservatism. CNN cloaks their propaganda in just incompetence. But nobody reports the news anymore. Everybody it's like one big giant editorial with a spin on it.
Right. You're going to be biased if you get all your information from one source. You have to be the kind of person that takes all of it, forms your own consensus of weeding out the bullshit and trying to extract the facts.
I just believe whatever Gun Channels tells me to believe.
That's how you have to do it.
Post a picture on Facebook with a cute meme, and you can piss off 500,000 people in like 30 seconds.
Exactly.
And they're ready to kill each other, kill somebody, or whatever. For no reason.
Oh yeah. The most hilarious thing happened this morning. I started seeing all these posts about Labor Day, right? They were Veterans Day memes that had been changed to Labor Day. So there were all these people going around with the Labor Day tag, of basically, thank a vet for today. And they have no clue what Labor Day is even about.
There was actually a couple of posts that I saw today about people, mostly veterans actually, that had taken offense to that, and they put up posts like, okay, do you know what you're celebrating today?
Well, I saw some people that got bent out of shape when people tried to explain it to them, and they were like, well, veterans are the ultimate workers anyway. And, they were trying to push it back onto veterans as being and it's like, one day that's a holiday that's not about the military. I don't think it's going to kill people to celebrate one thing without having to find a way to give the military credit for it. I know
Agreed.
everybody's probably going to twist that and take offense to it, and I'm sorry, but
That's why I agree with you. That's why it's a specific day. That's why we
Yeah.
have things, so that they're not.
There's absolutely no offense taken here. I mean, it's
well, everybody else has been offended by that all day because they thought that I was downing the military or something. And no, I got the most respect for the military. My grandfather was in the Navy for like 40 years. My stepbrother, ex-Marine. I got several family members that are, lifetime military. But if it doesn't have anything to do with it, it doesn't have anything to do with it. No matter how much people try to twist it.
see, but that's what we've become. Like collectively, it seems is
Well,
a
they turn
bunch.
it into worship. They're worshiping the military rather than respect. There's a big difference, and in the South, there's a huge thing where basically the American flag is a cross. They don't know the difference.
I live in
wait a
Texas.
second,
You don't
wait
have
a
to tell me
second.
that.
Wait a second. You're telling me Labor Day has nothing to do with the military and something to do with labor?
Just a
He
little bit.
says very sarcastically.
Well, the thing of it is, like as a collectively as a nation, we've just become a bunch of people that so narrow-minded and so intolerant. I mean, the intolerance part's obvious to all of us, but it's like everybody wants their little piece of the pie. This is about me. This is about me. This is about me. You know what? Sometimes it's just not fucking about you. Sometimes it's just nice to say, hey, you know what? This is Teachers' Day. This is Nurses' Day. And you know what? I don't care what you think of the school system. I don't care what you think of the whatever system we're talking about, the medical system or whatever. Yeah, they all have their problems, but these are legitimate people that are in these fields, and some of these fields are brutal fields to begin with. And those people, if we decided that they deserve their day, they deserve their day.
Well said.
I think we should do one of those White House petitions for Gun Channel's Member Day.
I'm done. I'm done. Ironically, it being Labor Day and all, or the celebration of Labor Day weekend, I just got done doing labor.
It's one way to celebrate it.
Oh, my friend's car brakes went out, and I had to go over there and do an emergency brake job.
Well, a lot of people work today because I had to go out and go shopping, and all the people in the stores were working.
Yeah.
That's good.
You must be one of those 1%ers if people go to work just so you can go shopping.
I tell you.
Your local gun shop's probably got a tracking device on your car. He's headed to the store, to the bat pole.
They were all closed today, unfortunately.
Bastards. Don't you know Labor Day is a great day to go shooting? I guess.
In this state, you got to do it on private property, though. Most of the ranges are closed Memorial and Labor Day.
That sucks. So how y'all been this last week?
Laborious.
Ooh. Right on.
Preparing for the festive weekend of labor.
Freaking rub my hands raw, freaking wrenching on that stupid car today.
Well, Labor Day weekend is quite simply about going out and trying that labor thing and seeing if it works for you, and if you don't like it, you can just go back to being a fuck off for the rest of the week.
Oh, cool. I can do that? How does that pay my bills?
Absolutely. Well, you want everything.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, come on now. Aren't I supposed to be self-entitled?
I saw a thing on Instagram that's like, how do people on welfare celebrate Labor Day? Just like every other day.
Well, look at the pattern. Valentine's Day, we pretend to be in love. Halloween, we pretend to be dead. Christmas, we pretend to be giving. Labor Day, I pretend to work.
Halloween's the best holiday ever. Don't say we pretend.
Thanksgiving.
I love Halloween. It gives women an excuse to dress up very scantily.
Thanksgiving, we pretend we're on diets.
At Thanksgiving, we pretend to like our families. No.
There you go.
Or we pretend to be pilgrims.
I never got that memo growing up.
Yeah, but you already established you're Italian.
Well, it's true, because for some reason my father and my grandfather, they all insisted on the traditional like turkey with mashed potatoes and all that stuff, but it literally should have been made out of wax because it was just like a table decoration. Nobody ate it. You threw it at each other because it was all the Italian food that preceded it that like everybody ate, and then you have this like stupid picture that looks, all you expect to see is the pilgrims in the hat, and we're like, what are we supposed to do with this? What is this?
You give it to the homeless.
That's basically what we used to do. Pack it up and bring it to the church.
I would much rather have Italian food at Thanksgiving anyway. I love Italian food.
I think there was one time I was pretty young. I think it was my grandfather like hit somebody with a turkey leg. He was yeah. I mean, it was like he was determined that we were going to have like some American sit down dinner, and he did the turkey leg thing, and the next thing literally was like a food fight.
I want to party at your place, man.
Oh, weird. That's what I had a friend visit me, spend a week with me last week from New York, and we grew up in the same neighborhood, and the neighborhood is Irish and Italian. And that was a very popular combination for some reason. My uncle tried to explain it to me away, but in any event, you got a lot of Italian guys who married Irish chicks who can't cook. So there was a always that bone of contention happened between the strict immigrant parts of the family and then the later generations. It was actually pretty hysterical.
So I missed Hawaii podcast. How'd that go tonight?
It was all right.
I was kind of hoping he was still hanging around because I wanted to apologize for not being there. If I didn't have to do the brake job, I would have been there.
Yeah, it was just me and him in the chat. So.
Oh, that sucks.
Say we talked about UK gun laws for like a half hour or so, and then that was about it. I guess he was supposed to have some guy from the UK on, but apparently when the guy said he'd joined the chat, maybe he didn't realize that it'd be 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh. That's a good possibility. That's the trouble with doing international stuff. Is anything new and exciting? You got like a bunch of new members now, or?
I've noticed a handful, but they seem to like show up once and then you don't see them again.
Can you blame them?
Well, they probably just feel kind of out of place. They don't know who to talk to or what to talk about, or.
Well, that was like me. I've only started doing these lobbies just a little bit ago. Now I'm in here almost every night.
I was like that for the first couple of months, and I mean, if I didn't have to fucking, pardon my language, if I didn't have to go back to school and all that and work, I'd be here more than normal too. But I have been lately. I just pop in whenever I can.
Yeah, that's the way I am. I usually just come in on my days off. Sometimes I got where I stop by in the mornings after work sometimes, and usually everybody's like looks like they're passed out in in the lobby. But
yeah, you jump on the lobby chat and it's a bunch of pictures and they're all muted. Nobody's saying anything.
well, usually the last lobby's already timed itself out, but the people that are sitting around in the chat room are usually looks like they're all gone. Somebody might actually be in there. Say something. Maybe they'll say hi or something, but usually they're not actually there either. They're kind of in and out. So
yeah. I popped in one time and I was the only person there. But it's quite literally, it was like 3:30 in the morning and I jumped on and there was not a soul. I was like the only name in the lobby area. I was like, well, I guess I'm not going to be hanging around here much longer.
It's like a good time to practice your acting or your guitar playing or, just dramatic reading or something like that. There's nobody in here. Alas, poor Yorick, I knew him, Horatio. Bring a little bit of culture to the gun channels.
Culture to gun channel? I'd bring gun culture, that's about it. I don't know if I'm very cultured. Oh crap, I didn't mean to kill a chat.
This is gun channels. It takes more than that to kill a chat.
I'm reading about this new Century AK-63D.
oh yeah, I saw that earlier today.
The Hungarian milled underfolder, but it's a U.S. milled receiver.
What's with the RAS-47 by Century? I just saw that review on AK Operators recently.
Yeah, they went through a bunch of them. The first time I saw them, they went through a bunch of them, and the sights were canted, and they were canted like pretty bad. And they're supposed to be all American made, built by Century. So I don't know how that happened.
There's already enough confusion with nomenclature. They should just call them all the same thing. The Century AK-47N for next.
Oh, I forget the guy's name from Century. Who's that guy that's going around on YouTube all the time?
If only someone had a playing deck card that could explain AK stuff.
Anyway,
On that.
Stuff that they're creating. This is all brand new. They're just mixing in whatever they want together and calling it a gun. This isn't.
yeah, pretty much. But this one says, because when I was in the chat with him and I asked him about, I was like, well, what's up with the Century AMD 65s? Because they're not in the catalog and they're not on your website. And he was saying that they were an underfolder, and I didn't know what the hell he was talking about because it's a side folding wire stop. And this AK-63D is an underfolder. So maybe that's what he was thinking of.
That could be.
And it says it's the newer AK used by Hungarian army or military, and underfolding milled. So it's supposed to be a replica of a modern Hungarian AK, I guess. I just don't. It's not saying anything about the barrel. It's probably. It's a Hungarian parts kit, so we're not allowed to get Hungarian barrels in full pieces, are we? Or can we?
I thought we couldn't get any barrels.
We can get barrels, just not barrels that are attached to AK-47s or ever were attached to AK.
Okay.
How stupid is that? These laws are so stupid.
And by Bulgarian barrels that were just never finished, right? So they were never installed on anything. They never were for any gun. So they can import those all they want.
Okay.
So the whole barrel thing is about to be history.
Now the
You like where I put my gun websites sticker?
Put it in the dark somewhere.
Oh, on your car.
Oh. On your shifter.
Yep, it's like perfect size. There's no cute girls in drive-through tonight, though.
Now, G-Webs, the AMD 65, that's that one that's open, I don't want to say open bolt, but freaking, how do you describe it?
It's just like a regular AK with a wire folding stock and a forward grip that's the same as the pistol grip, but just go in the opposite direction.
It has no cover over its upper gas tube. It's got usually a metal handguard up front, and it's got a side folder that's like a T shape, so it's very skeletonized. A lot of people hate it. And then it's got a shorter than 16-inch barrel, so we don't see them in their accurate configuration, and they're a bullshit design because they put that brake on the front that doesn't allow a bayonet, so they were obviously a design to fail.
Oh, okay. So if I ever see one, don't get one.
No, they're fine. Some people say that they're better because they have shorter barrels, so if they're stronger, they don't have that flex that other barrels have, but that's people that are advocates of them.
Oh, okay. Is that's the one that has the top cover only, it doesn't cover the bolt, like when the bolt goes to the rear, like it doesn't how do you describe it? Like open.
No, that's probably a VZ58.
Huh?
You're probably thinking of a VZ58, which is different.
Oh, okay.
But that has like more of an open SKS style action.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Okay, so and that one there doesn't take standard AK mags, right?
A VZ58, no, but AMDs or the whatever Hungarian things, yes, they're just standard European design magazines.
All right, I got my stuff straight. I'm really gonna have to buy a deck of cards so I can get those things straight now.
Oh, that's too bad. That was just a big scam to get money off people. So.
Oh, okay, cool.
It looks alright. I like an underfolder without that Yugo 4N. Without having to pay an Arsenal price for a beater AK. So.
That isn't like I don't want to say even unique or rare at all. I mean, for the longest time before the Yugos were plentiful.
Oh yeah, I've seen plenty of underfolders on regular AKs, but they just haven't been available recently for any kind of decent price.
I've always liked the look of underfolders.
What's up, Schmaggy? What'd you say?
Oh, I really like the look of underfolders. I just think it makes the gun look cool.
I said the same thing the same time you did.
It does. I like how it doesn't add any extra width when you fold the stock. That's probably, I thing I like the most about it.
I don't know. That's like I got my hands on one once, and the stock. I don't know. Of course, you really can't do much with it, but
You get one of them Kydex cheek riser pieces that you just
Well-
pop in there.
well, then kind of defeat the purpose of the underfolding stock.
Well, you just punch it out. Just punch it out and then fold it.
Oh, okay. But
That's the way I always thought that it worked. It's not like you're going to break that piece of Kydex that easily.
no, I just I heard some people like complaining about the not complaining, but making note of the stock being at an angle, a downward angle, a slight downward angle. So when they bring it up to shoot, they actually have to use neck muscles or something to be able to shoot so they can get a good sight picture. And I was wondering if anybody else here had that same problem or whatever. Like, because generally when I shoot a rifle, I always have a cheek weld. So I've never got to shoot one of those before.
I never had a problem.
I'd say it's like this. Like, you ever get on a 10-speed or a dirt bike or some other kind of bike, like a mountain bike, and then you'd be like, oh, I can't ride this bike because it ain't the way the same other bike I rode one time was, right? Or do you pick up a gun and go, oh, this is how this gun works? That's what I think the difference is.
Oh, okay, cool.
I've always just shot them different ways. Like, I've shot an AK either with my face right up behind the dust cover with no cheek weld, so I could see the sights really good. And I never really had a problem. I didn't like have neck strain or anything, and I didn't have a problem like keeping a good sight picture. Or if I'm relaxing, I guess, and I'm kind of using the mag as like a monopod, and I'm just trying to get a good group or something, then I'll get a cheek weld, find a good spot to get a sight picture, and then shoot it that way. I think you have to be versatile with all your guns like that. You can't always get a cheek weld, so.
Well, yeah, like I understand that. I was just wondering if it made it that much more difficult to shoot because of it, and if so, is there any way you could get the folding stock to actually fold more at a level plane rather than at the slight downward angle?
I don't think so.
Number one, yeah, it makes it harder to shoot, but that's because it's what it is. It's not designed to be a long-range rifle or whatever, so they didn't bother with all that. It's one of the most, as far as folding stocks go, it disappears, or at least if you're going to put criteria on stuff for a folding stock, it disappears all awesomely, and it's super strong. So it's got a good balance there. But that's what it was designed to do, is disappear into the side of the gun so that when you wear it slung on the side of you and like a 99% of the time not using it, it's out of the way, and then when you need it, it's strong enough to give you another, shoulder, but not necessarily all that stuff you're looking for. So yes, it's not going to do any of that stuff you're looking for, but if you want to put a different stock on it, that involves taking off with rivets the back of the gun and putting on a different type of back of the gun, which would be a bunch of gunsmithing. And in my mind, I would usually recommend just buying a different AK. The reason you buy an AMD, well, are we talking the underfolder now, or are we talking the side folder? But either way, it applies. If you're buying an underfolder AK, you don't buy that with the intention of putting some kind of other stock on it, because you just buy a different kind of AK. You're going to spend so much money converting it that unless you've got some reason to own the gun, you're putting half the money of the gun into converting it. Just buy the kind of gun you wanted in the first place.
Cool, very cool. I kind of figured that's what it was. Like I said, I've been interested in them. Like I said, I've never got to shoot them. I've been able to manhandle them a little bit, but I never got to take them to the range and check out the comfort level on it or whatever. But I'd definitely be interested in getting an underfolder, and then You know, I like the side folders too, but I like the side folders with more like the wire side folder stock, kind of like the AMD, like we were talking about earlier. Since I know what it is now. But thank you very much, UX, for your assistance.
Hey Moon, I put the name in the side chat. Is that the dude you were trying to think of before?
Yeah, Jacob. That's it.
Is that Dr. No? Are you on Pink Count?
No, that's Pink. He's doing his Dr. No impression.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty good at it.
Kind of confused me for a second. I was like, that didn't sound like him.
This evening I am identifying as a Pink Panther.
Well, it's okay. We'll accept you for who you are, Caitlin. I mean, Dr. No.
Thus proving once again that at your tender age and still living in mom's basement, you have no gender identity capability.
Exactly.
How many years now have I been promising you one day your balls will drop and your voice will change? I think I may be lying.
Yeah.
Ouch.
The love in the room.
Does anybody else shoot an AK? Anybody else shoot an AK like that with their face right behind the desk cover?
I don't know, man. I'm sure if I got my hands on one, I'd probably do the same because it makes sense. I mean, when I held it, that's kind of what I was doing when I was trying to get partner around with it to try and see what the side picture would be like. But like I said, I never got to shoot it, so I mean, I find that sometimes when you mess around with a gun and you don't get to shoot it, that when you do shoot it, you get different results than what you expected. Not too often, but most of the time. That didn't make any sense whatsoever. Some of the time, I mean.
You don't have to. It's 12:47 here in Michigan, so.
I did that with my Wasser a lot when I first got my Wasser.
The only thing that surprised me when I got my Romanian Kalashnikov, the Wasser 10, was the amount of Cosmoline, and this was like maybe 6 years ago. When I first ever got an AK was 6 years ago, and that was the only thing that kind of annoyed me when I first got it because I was so like kind of excited, like an AK. At that time I really didn't know about a lot about AKs, but I was excited to get one. They were cheap at that time, about $400. And I was just like, man, I'm getting a great deal. I open up and this Cosmoline, and all my fingers are just covered in Cosmoline. That's one of the only, I think, disappointments I ever really had with an AK.
That's the fun part.
Yeah, fun. Yeah, that's what I used to call it.
Can't you just like punch the bore, make sure it's cleared, and just shoot the damn thing till it heats up and all the Cosmoline melts out?
That's what I did.
Well, you might be able to, but you may get a few jams because of if there's too much in the mechanism, because it may not be able to work the action properly. So you may get a few jams until it gets hot.
I pretty much cleared out all the. I cleared out the receiver and the bolt and the spring and the barrel and the chamber, and then I just ran it until it all like burned off. I was like,
just let it run.
Yeah, it was like in a smoking booth in an indoor range with all this Cosmoline burning.
That's awesome.
I went through a lot of hops. That's all I gotta say. I went through a lot of hoppies.
I used to use mineral spirits to get it out with.
Because the funny thing was is when I was new to it, I was like, man, so I go online, I look at some information like how to get all that cosmoline off, and I read, I think on a blog sphere, like, oh, I used Hoppy's number 9, and so that's what I used, and I was just, and then I had I went through the same process with my Moisine Nagant, and
with bolt actions, I know you can run them until you can shoot the Cosmoline out of them. I mean, I did that with my Enfield 303. I punched the bore, I took it up, and I shot like 300 rounds through it.
Also, somebody was like, I also seen somebody use like Windex to get the Cosmoline out, but I don't know if that was successful in the durability of the rifle.
Anything that would degrease, any kind of degreaser would probably do it. I used to just use mineral spirits because that's what we had in our parts washer, and that there was nowhere for me to really get reference information from back then because this was like 93.
Yeah. But I have heard anything with ammonia would work.
Use dish soap. Get some Dawn. It breaks the grease oil.
That would probably work. Dawn would probably work. It breaks grease really good.
Because we were camping and we had forgotten our dish soap for the frying pan. Like, hey, use shampoo. Your hair gets oily, right? It works. So it turned out it worked. Well, so shampoo works. Why wouldn't dish soap? Of course, I was just using a frying pan. But
I heard some weird things all the way from like Windex to Windex to, I'm trying to think, like using like hot water right through the barrel to God, I can't remember, but there's a lot of crazy things that I've actually heard of how you can clean out a gun, like home remedies.
hot soapy water works really good. You just gotta dry it off and lube it up immediately after.
Oh, I've heard Barbasol. Somebody recommended using Barbasol, but don't leave it on there too long. I mean, I've heard and seen some crazy things for home remedies, but I'm sure some of those do work.
Just send your gun to Dano. He loves Cosmoline so much he'll just lick it all off and then send it back to you.
Well, just so you know, Barbasol probably would work. Because when we got our boots issued to us in Marine Corps, we used shaving cream to break them down so we could repolish them. And then it was also good for removing camo paint, which is fairly greasy. So Barbasol would work.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that, but like I said, I mean, I haven't tried any of those things, and I've heard some of those have done well for home remedies, but it's just interesting. All the interesting things people will say and have done to clean their rifles. Like, there's a guy called, was it Gun Geek or Gun Nerd? He would use, like, for his Moisine Nagant or Moisin, whatever you guys want to call it. We all have different preferences on not saying it, but he would put, like, a garden hose right down the barrel and flush out all the residue and the
corrosive ammo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. Just use water, neutralize the salts and the corrosive ammo.
Yeah, it gets that corrosion out of there. They just using a solvent usually won't break down the corrosive residue.
Oh, okay. So it does make sense. Okay, because it was just like he went in there and said, "I'll use a garden hose with like somebody said soap and water," and he just sit there and run it through for a couple minutes and then dry it out.
I know this one guy on YouTube that would shoot his 74 with the corrosive ammo, then completely strip the AK, throw it in the bathtub, rinse it all off with water real good, and then blow dry it with a heat gun.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one. I've definitely seen that one. Yeah. I mean, I've heard like some old timers at the VFW or Vietnam vets that would just sit there and put their the pig, the M60 parts and stuff into like a barrel full of like soap and water and clean them that way when they didn't have any of the cleaning supplies or cleaning solutions that they were issued regularly. They would do it that way.
If you're worried about finish, about the best stuff for Cosmoline is 3M wax and grease remover.
Oh yeah.
I've used paint thinner with great success.
You know, like I said, it depends on what finishes you're working with.
Yeah, mine was a Yugo straight from J&G Sales. It was the magazines primarily was what I was cleaning out.
You could always use MEK.
Oh no, that was great. That was great in the '80s until they found out it caused cancer.
What was it?
MEK,
Ethyl
ketone.
Two-tone?
Methyl ethyl ketone.
Oh, okay.
It's like a really, really strong parts cleaner.
Yeah, it's industrial solvent. We used it for thinning out adhesives because the adhesives would come in a drum and they're as thick as molasses. Well, you got to thin it out to be able to run it through a machine.
Huh.
To apply to whatever it is that you want to stick something to something else.
Yeah, we used it for cleaning aircraft parts.
Yeah. We use it for coating laminates. So it could be vinyl for the back of a pinball machine, or it could be something that went into a vending machine, or it could be part of a sign. It could be stickers. Who knew? Whatever they wanted. Even the stuff that goes on cheap furniture.
So, like, good home remedies for cleaning if you don't have hops, like number 9 would be, or your whatever other cleaning solutions that you use would be like what, soap, water, Windex.
Clean specifically?
Yeah, like home remedies that you have around the house. Like you don't have.
Well, that's why I got the paint
water. Hot water.
Yeah, I boiled mine for a half hour. All it did was change it from rock hard to gooey.
Now, I'll tell you, that's what my boss, when I worked at that gun shop, that's what he used to do when he was getting like SKSs in by the crates. He would take his bluing tanks and just fill them all up with water and bring them up to temperature. And you have a cleaning process that you do when you go through a bluing. You put them in just hot boiling water for a certain amount of time, and he would just fill all 3 tanks up with hot boiling water, and he would just take them all down, strip furniture off of them, and just throw them in there, and then run them through all 3 tanks, and they would come out clean. But if you're not cleaning crates full of guns, then it's not really worth doing that, because it takes so long to get that up to temperature, and you fill all the tanks up and all that.
You know what I've wondered about that process, because I know a lot of people have used boiling water successful, is maybe mine didn't work because I had it on 2 different batches of magazines that I bought at 2 different times. But if maybe mine had too many decades on there or something, that boiling water just did not work.
I know when he pulled it out of the first one, they were all like slimy, it was like turned from grease to an oily, slimy like film. So it was
Listen.
still on there, but it was breaking down. And then the next one, when he went into the next one, then you pull it out of it, it's pretty clean after that. And then into the third one, and after you pulled it out of there, it's pretty much good as new.
So what about?
Water, and then have a towel or a rag or something, and I just dip that into the boiling water and then wipe the gun or whatever it is, and then just dip it back into the boiling water to get it hot again.
Well, that's basically like this was. It said he was going into a clean tank each time, because the first one you got all that crap in there that was coming off of them, so you go into the next tank and then in the next one.
If you just have a small amount to do, has anybody tried like Ugon?
No.
Ugon? No, I haven't.
I mean, if you just like doing, let's say, one magazine, you're not doing a whole bunch of them.
No, the mineral spirits worked really good in the parts washer for that, so that's what I always used.
Right. That's the only thing that has worked for me. I mean, just let them soak there for 20 minutes, and then with an old clean, a dollar paintbrush, just brushed it right off.
Oh, well, I had a brush that was attached to the little, you got a little pump in there that'll pump the it's a low pressure, but
right,
pumps it back through the little thing, and there's a brush attachment that you can get that goes on that'll pump it through the brush, and that's what I used, was that brush with the pressure turned on.
That's kind of typically have in a shop. I'm thinking of the kinds you have like at home. I basically went to the dollar store. I got a little turkey aluminum thing that you put a turkey in, and I used my tank for the solvent. And then you just used a dollar paintbrush, let it sit in there for 20 minutes for each of the different surfaces. Then it just brushed right off.
Oh yeah, that'd work just as good probably.
Huh.
Somebody needs to try Coke.
I mean, the stuff literally just came off like it wasn't even sticky. It was amazing.
The real thing?
Yep, the real thing.
It would probably work, because it can clean a lot of stuff. I've seen.
I was going to say the acid and the carbonation strips all kinds of stuff.
I'm just thinking it'd be a waste of a good Coke.
There's no such thing as good Coke, Dano. Did you ever read the label?
You got me on that one.
You'd have a better shot drinking the Cosmoline water.
I remember Nancy Reagan. Just say no.
Cosmoline water probably has more nutritional value than Coke.
And better preservative qualities.
Definitely.
Instead of Ovaltine, it's Cosmoline? Is that what you're saying? Oh, come on, that was funny. Anyway.
Oh, no, it's a little bit funny. Aha.
Great, thanks.
Does anybody have a preference when it comes to cleaning their guns? What they use for a solvent? Like, is it Break Free, Hoppy's number 9?
I usually use Break Free, but that's because I've been using it for 20 years and it does a good job. But I also like that Slip 2000.
Yeah.
My gunsmith has been giving me free samples of it, and
it's Slip 2000.
Pretty good stuff. Yeah, SLIP 2000, I think is.
Okay.
It's got a little it's a red package with a little drop on it.
I heard Miltech does pretty well too. I like to use Break Free, by the way, but I've been using Break Free for such a long time. I used to, like, when I was into handguns and when I used to go hunting and I only owned like maybe a rifle and a shotgun, I would use like the Hops, number 9. and
Yeah.
the what was it, the cleaning solution, and then their oil. And I never realized how much money I was wasting because when buying those two items separately, rather than just going with something that has it all in one. But yeah, it's because from now on, most of the time I use, like, it's not really not to say that I won't use hops number 9 at all, but when it comes down to it, I just use that break free, and I've had just good results. I get annoyed like those what is it, those plastic, I call them, like, they look like dental tools that the dentist would use to scrape your teeth. I used to get
Oh yeah.
annoyed because I get annoyed with those things when I was first trying them out because either the plastic tips would wear off or it'd break on me. But I mean, I just use them to, like, get inside my AR-15 bolt and just use it with the cloth and to get the carbon and all the dirt and gunk out of it. But that's the only thing I use. I used to hate those. There was no, like, that one that had the hook. It just, I just get annoyed by it because it never had the function was just not there for me.
I can't think of anything to replace the hook, but as far as the straight ones, I've used like wooden toothpicks, but they're a little bit longer than your standard toothpick. A little bit thicker. They're kind of a round shape, come to a little bit of a point. But I couldn't find anything to replace the one with the hook.
Okay.
That other than another plastic one.
Well, the thing was just, like, flimsy to me. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's like real flimsy, like, especially when you try to get into the crevices, especially with the AR-15, the inside the chamber. You get all it just twists and bend easily, and I find that part of that tool annoying. Is what I'm trying to say.
I've never tried to make one that particular shape before, but I found that a soft welding rod,
Okay.
one for soft metals, you can bend that fairly easily, and then you can use a grinder. Well, use a grinder to get your point first and then bend it. But that way you've got enough, there's enough substance there that it won't break or bend all that easily, but it's also soft enough that it's not going to scratch what you're using. It's not going to scratch the face of your bolt or whatever you're using it for.
Gotcha. So, my other question, does anybody know that tool that you use to get inside your AR-15 bolt carrier? So that way you can get into where that gunk and that carbon buildup is, which is sort of annoying. You go in there, like, gosh dang, I just can't seem to get all that dirt out. You know what I mean? It's like that little tool that just goes in there and it just scrapes it all out, and you don't have to worry about.
I have one, and there is more than one type, so just keep that in mind.
Okay.
I don't have it handy, so it's not like I'm looking at it. But I want to say that the abbreviation for it, like if you were like on a gun website, is like CRKT or something like that, or CRT.
Okay.
Bullet cleaner.
I have one. It's made by Otis, and I also don't remember what it's called exactly, but If you look up like the Otis AR cleaning kit or something, it normally says it comes with the other thing, the bolt
Okay,
cleaning thing.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I first seen that, I thought that was awesome.
Is doing the first part of the bolt, up to the gas rings, and then doing the inside part of the bolt carrier.
Talking about bone tool?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's
is it?
Otis Bone Tool.
Otis Bone Tool.
Yeah, it's a acronym, BONE.
But what I was telling him is that there are several different makers of basically the same thing, but they're at different price ranges, depending on what is.
Yeah, I think they all call them something different too. I think Otis calls theirs the Bone Tool, but
Right.
I think some other companies call theirs different things, and they look a little different, but they do the same thing.
Cleaning inside that bolt carrier, I would use like a quarter of my, what is it, those little cloth rectangular, I forget the name of those things, but I would use up a lot of my patches.
Dental pick. That's all you do.
If it's a 410 brass brush,
Just get a dental pick.
well, he had a polymer dental pick.
You need metal.
Well, then he's got to be careful about what kind of metal.
Dental picks work on people's teeth. I suppose if you stab somebody repeatedly in the tooth, it'll fuck their tooth up, but
Jeez, PBI, that was kind of harsh.
not really.
You're stabbing people in the teeth?
It'd be easier because you're depending on the gas rings to create a surface between that and the inside diameter of the bolt.
All those scrapers are made out of metal, so you can either.
No, but they're at least they're a uniform diameter across. Where a scraper, depending on how you scrape it, it's very random.
Okay, well, I managed to not break any of the M16s or M4s or AR-15s I've ever owned.
Yep.
Oh, I'm not saying it can't be used at all. I'm just saying it's very user dependent. Kind of like if somebody says tighten but do not torque, that means different things to different people. And scratch slightly versus cleaning out the pipe with your pipe.
You're breaking up, Dano.
Oh, well, I'm on my cheap phone.
Yeah, you're kind of making weird noises.
So what's going on, PBR? Anything new to report? Any new news or anything exciting?
Nope.
All right.
I don't know. You can get dental tools for cheap, and they come in like packs with different lengths and sizes and shapes. And if you're careful and don't go crazy, although I've never seen somebody damage a bolt or bolt carrier. With a dental tool, I wouldn't, using a dental tool is pretty, it's not that abrasive.
Huh. Okay.
Just go after the carbon and try not, I mean, think about it, like how much heat and pressure and all the shit that's going through that bolt. If your dental tool is fucking up your bolt, because in the fight between two types of metal, the damn bolt and bolt carrier better win over the dental tool. You know what I mean?
I know, PBI.
If you damage your bolt with a dental tool, then you need to go buy a different bolt, because that bolt you got is fucked.
Yeah, that's a good point, PBR. It is a valid point. I'm just looking for a miracle. One of those little things where it does it all in one. You just twist it around. It's like, oh, it's all done.
So PBR, what are your thoughts about a traditional dental pick and a nickel boron bolt? treatments.
Well, yeah. Well, fuck. I don't know. I've never used. The time that I was scraping carbon off M4 bolts, they weren't nickel boron. But I would assume it's the same thing. You're basically going after the carbon, which you can see, even if it's not nickel boron, you can see where the carbon is.
But nickel boron's not supposed to get dirty, remember?
Yeah, well, nothing's perfect. But
I'm just saying that's the way they advertise it.
Oh yeah, and I'm on my second nickel boron bolt now.
You go after the carbon. It's usually kind of like, it's not even that you're scraping the carbon as much as you're kind of just chipping it off with the side of the dental pick. I never really went after it like, unless it was like in something that had like major carbon buildup, like a machine gun bolt. But
Yeah.
I would just go after it with just the edge and just kind of, it just chips off. You just chip it off. There is no, the first time I saw one of those I think it was a catm4.com is the first one I saw.
Cat 4, yes, Cat M4. That's what I was thinking of earlier.
But it doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like it offers me anything more or less than a set of dental picks, which costs like, I don't know, $5-10, and that thing is like 35 or 30. I don't remember how much it was. I just remember it being more money than I wanted to spend on one piece of metal versus another piece of metal.
Especially for the outside of the bolt that you can hit with the stainless brush.
The Otis one, I think the Otis one's a little cheaper, but again, you're just rubbing metal on metal, so I might as well just get a pair of dental picks.
Yeah. Here's another question. Is it better just to go with grease as opposed to like oil?
I'd rather have oil.
Yeah. It's like belly button. I mean, you'll get slightly different answers. I mean, I don't think there's anything really wrong. It's just personal preference myself.
I like oil because it'll get into all the little nooks and crannies a little easier, and it doesn't necessarily attract as much gunk. And I don't know. I just never use grease on anything but like big weapons, like
I've always used oil, and that's probably why I don't use the white lifting greases, because the oil has always gotten the job done, and I figured if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
And also, it's like with grease, you're gonna have to buy grease, and you're gonna have to buy grease on top of your oil anyway, or your CLP or whatever. If you just buy CLP, you're cutting out. You don't need any solvent. You don't need any. It's just one thing to do everything. It's a preservative. Grease is a preservative if you're storing it, but you don't want to be using grease to like just make sure nothing rusts or anything.
Okay. Like, because I always thought grease would be an excellent thing for your bolt carrier. Like, instead of like getting the grease all over it and attracting like sand, dirt, and dust and all that. That if you use the grease around the witness marks, that it, cut down on the level of dirt, sand, and dust that you get inside your bolt carrier group or your firearm.
Some people swear by it, and a lot of it's grease. Like from what I know, grease is like a kind of a. It goes back to like the M1 Garand and M14 and whatnot, when they would issue like a grease. And then the M16 came along, and they went away from the grease to more of an oil. And I can't remember what the oil that was before CLP. Maybe Dano can remember. Came in that stuff that came in that little green bottle.
Yeah, and in fact, they sold it commercially in a little tin can. What the hell was that? It was a white and red can.
Yeah, I can't remember, but I don't know. With the M16 platform, they went away from grease, and so I tend not to use grease on my AR-15.
Okay. Alright.
Unless you're storing it. If you're storing something, then grease the shit out of it. But permanent storage, not like storing it like I'm going to yank it out of here and go shooting.
I gotcha.
See about over the winter for those people that, let's say, stop shooting the end of November and don't start shooting until, early April.
Or, if you have like a cabin or something and you leave your rifle, or a rifle in the cabin. I don't know.
Okay, because It's just sometimes it can be confusing information because you got a lot of companies throwing all these new ideas, especially like with Frog Lube
Oh
and
yeah.
all,
Oh,
you
fuck
know.
that shit.
Yeah, that stuff's crap.
I jumped on it. It's a great preservative. It's an excellent preservative. It is a shit fucking lubricant.
Yeah, it gets sticky when it gets cold, even down here. And it doesn't get all that cold down here.
Yeah. Ask Dead Horse. I sent him a fucking upper that was covered in frog lube, and he thought it was whatchamacallit, Cosmoline. It has about the same consistency after it gets cold. It turns into basically Cosmoline. Not well until it gets warm, and then it goes back to its
One day this week, I'm actually going to run a test on my new nickel boron bolt. I had problems with my AR-15 upper. They sent me a complete replacement, including a bolt carrier group and bolt, and I just sent them back my old one. And one of as a test, because they're still advertising lubeless operation. What I'm going to do is I'm going to lube the charging handle groove, the charging handle, and then that notch that the gas port rides in the handle itself, and just the lugs that interface with the chamber itself, as far as locking it in place, just to see if how does it run after X amount of rounds. Because the one thing I'm sure of is if I put, obviously oil or whatever on it, that's going to attract dirt and make it hard to clean. But they keep on pumping this lubeless operation. So that may be true for the bolt, but that doesn't necessarily mean for the things the bolt touches or other parts of the gun. Like, the charging handle, that channel that the charging handle runs up and down. And anything that the bolt comes in contact with that's not nickel boron is going to need a little bit of lubrication there.
nickel boron's tough though. That's one thing I don't know.
I've heard that some solvents can cause problems with it though, because it'll cause it to break down or start coming off or something.
I've never had that happen.
I don't know. I've just heard people say that it can cause problems with it, cause it to like the nickel boron to separate from the bolt or break down or something. I'm not sure. Not had it explained to me exactly what they're talking about.
Well, the other thing was, and again, this is just my own very limited personal experience, is the nickel boron bolt that I sent back, even though I cleaned it after every time I was done shooting it, it still looked like it was dirty. Visually, of course, close inspection, it was clean, but it was changing the color of the surface to kind of a dirty look. So, again, it's all just part of seeing what they say versus what reality is.
That's just the same thing happens with chrome though. Chrome will change color with like wear and tear.
Well, yeah, especially with heat. And of course, I'll be bringing lube to the range with me. Besides thick shit 5 rounds.
I don't know. I'm a big fan of keeping it simple.
Yeah, all that is simple is useful, PBR, and all that is difficult is not.
Huh?
Everything that is simple is useful. Everything that is difficult is not useful. Hey, PBR, you're the one that owns a M1 Garand, right?
Yep.
How's that working out for you?
Fine. It's awesome. It's a freaking tack driver. I mean, as much as M1 Garand is, I'm happy with it.
Okay. I haven't heard you talk much about it, and Thought I'd just ask and see how's it going.
I only went to the range with it once, and I didn't take any photos, so wasn't really much to say.
Did you get a lot of? Did you get a lot of oohs and ahs?
No. My range is usually deserted. I go there during the week when nobody's there. So most of the time I'm like, there's maybe one other guy there, maybe. Especially if the weather's shit.
Put it on the main page in case anybody was interested in Walther 38, the matching serial numbers, and the German roll stamps.
Say what?
I put a link on the main page earlier today of a place that was having they didn't say how many, but they got a shipment in of Walther P38s or two with the German eagle stamped in it, and
Keep shooting, right?
What's that?
Keep shooting.
Yes, keepshooting.com.
Yeah, I saw those.
Carry guns. They usually carry other military surplus stuff, but they occasionally do carry some stuff.
Yeah, they're import stamped though. That's the only bad thing about those.
Right. You know, it didn't say where, but it did say that there was a indiscreet. And of course, how else are they going to get it in?
Yeah.
But it did say it was indiscreet. It didn't say where. Marking, because they have to mark it somehow.
Yeah.
But you know, and of course, as time goes on, these things, you know, if someone thinks they even, you know, might be interested in, they're only going to get more expensive and more rare until they're not available on that market at all. They're only available to individuals. So I threw it out there, you know, in case someone else was just teeter-tottering on the idea.
How much are they?
What's that?
How much are they charging?
I want to say it was no. I don't know what a good deal or a bad deal is on these particular guns, but they were just a little bit over 800.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen through private transactions, I've seen P30 like German bringbacks for 1,000. So, and that's no import marks. And I've seen what is it? P5, P9.
Mm-hmm.
What are they?
I mean, they guarantee the matching marks. They guarantee, you know, the roll stampings. Every gun with a functioning magazine.
Yeah, I've seen P1s. I've seen Walther P1s, which is just a post-war P38. I've seen those for like $500-600.
Right.
It's a good deal. It's not a bad deal. Let me put it that way. It's definitely not a bad. You're paying $200 less because they're import marked, which is not that bad, you know, if you think about it. If you don't care about that kind of thing, then that's a great screaming deal. If you care about that kind of thing, then it's all right.
But it's the real deal. And, you know, it's as authentic as authentic gets. It just has an extra stamp, and that's because that's the only way you can get them.
You ever shot one?
No, I haven't.
Terrible.
You talk about
terrible double action, but whatever. You know, that's what the double action's monstrous. But once it's in single action, it's fine. I mean, I guess it's the double action isn't any worse than some other double action pistols of that era. But
so are you talking about like a P38 or something? At keepshooting.com?
Yes.
What do I hit? Do I hit the handguns thing or?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there. I also have a direct link to it. Of course, it's probably been pushed down on the main page of Gun Channels. So I put it in early. If you go down to the bottom and push on the button that says More, you should see a link that I put in there.
Okay. I'm not. Hold on, because I'm already on the website already.
Oh, okay.
Alright, I'm already already on the website. I'm just trying to look. 30. It was a 38. What caliber is it?
It's a 9mm.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's see. There's a P1. Yeah, here's a P1 for $479.
Oh gosh, it was right here. Oh, sold. There's an old P6 6-hour surplus. P6 is not bad looking.
I mean, I don't know. If you really don't care about it, you just want that like shape of pistol, then I would say get a P1 because those things are not very expensive. P38s are not expensive. Like as far as weapons from that era, that time period are concerned, they're like pretty They're not like Lugers or 1911s where they're monstrously expensive. You can get a really nice wartime one in good condition for like $1,000, you know. And you can, if you just want a shooter, you can get a P1 for like 400 something bucks.
Yeah, the one that I put a link out there is really just for collectors only. Otherwise, it's too expensive. But if you're interested in either starting a collection or know someone who is, then it's at least worth checking into.
Oh, yeah.
Like M1 Garands, they will become more rare.
Hats, coveralls, belts, military belts, and suspenders. I got a whole bunch of stuff on here. I've heard of that website, but I've never like.
Most of what they have is military surplus gear from other armies of the world.
Okay.
I mean, I bought a lot of stuff myself just for. I live in the north. It gets minus 20 here in the wintertime, and they have some excellent fleece stuff that is really dirt cheap that would cost a whole lot more if I went with somebody else's brand. So.
Gotcha.
You can
Yeah,
get cheap.
World War II.
You can get cheap Gore-Tex on that site. Like if you need a Gore-Tex jacket.
I got a Gore-Tex liner from it was a French Foreign Legion fleece undercoat jacket, which is very thick, and then a Gore-Tex liner.
Nice.
But again, a lot cheaper than I could buy anything, or online that had somebody just made it last week in China.
Huh. See, I don't like buying military gas masks unless I've seen them, because I know what I've been in the Navy. I know how gas masks are abused.
Well, it's between the seal on your face, the shape you had that day, and how fresh the cartridge is. It's the trifecta.
Yeah, that's one of my It's just one of my pet peeves. Like, there's a good military surplus store that I have that's not too far away from me, and they've had some good gas masks.
Were they?
But
I mean, because that makes a big difference.
they're a military issue. They're a military issue. They had a couple of Vietnam era gas masks.
Dano dropped the phone.
Sorry about that. Let me.
That's all right. Got some nice
here's another post-war 38 for a really good price. Yeah, it's all about. There's a whole world to collecting just the P38, so if you're interested, I would definitely start reading about it before you start buying something. I've looked into
Yeah.
them I've looked into them a little bit, but I'm not really collecting German stuff, so.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Me
And
too. I mean, I'm not in the whole.
somebody offered me one, like, for a good price, but I just didn't have the money, nor was I really all that interested.
See, I'm into collecting military stuff. But it's got to be like World War II to like Vietnam,
I also don't really collect
and
handguns,
that's like
What's
okay.
the designation for the Luger that actually has toggle action?
Say again?
The Luger military designation for the pistol that
PO8.
is that what is the toggle action?
Yeah, the PO8.
Okay. Yeah, at first when I saw these, I thought that's what it was until I saw the picture.
Yeah, if they were PO8s, then that would be a little more interesting. But I don't know. There's so many Walthers kicking around like that aren't import marked. I'd rather just kind of find one of those.
But for some reason, the Lugers with this it's the mechanical action that just fascinates me.
They made rifles like that too.
Yeah.
The Pedersen.
Yep.
I think.
That I would seriously consider especially if I like ran into a set where it said all matching serial numbers and roll marks are clearly visible and made either during or before the war. Especially if it was in 9mm, because those came in these two calibers back in the fall.
Hey, I got a question. Why I'm looking at like tactical assault vests, and I see all the French stuff is like really cheap compared to like the Russian, German, British.
It might
I'm just saying.
It's probably just supply and demand.
Yeah, just looking at some of that. It's like, oh, okay. See what they have in their surplus.
My 2 cents on the surplus: if it's unissued, you need to become just a little bit familiar with materials in general, as far as what's a good material, what's an okay material, what's a poor material, and then how do they rate them. As far as in depth, not all Gore-Tex is created equal. Like denier, it's not all denier is created equal.
Huh. Okay.
There are numbers with like denier that come after, and those numbers have to do. I forget if it's the thread count or what it is, but there is a difference. And with surplus stuff, if somebody's willing to get it all off your hands, they're much more likely to get a better deal. Therefore, that price, and usually not always, end up being reflected in the final price to the customer as to why a Russian one might be more and a French one might be less. Also, personal preference. If customers in the United States, for some reason, have a preference for Russian stuff over French stuff, that'll drive the price of the Russian stuff higher. Just demand.
Okay.
That it's better.
Or they have a shit ton of it.
Oh, probably. Probably.
They get that stuff by the shipping container, and when they first get it in, it's always going to be cheaper. And then if it turns out to be like something everybody wants, and they start selling it, the prices will start creeping up.
Yep.
No, that makes it does make a whole lot of sense.
My experience, which may vary from other people's, is that European sizes tend to be a little bit smaller than American sizes.
Yeah.
So again,
That's right.
to think about or check into. Don't take my word for it,
But there's there's a lot of European women that would agree with you.
Oh, I try not to be a Mr. Know-it-all. As I don't know it all. I'm constantly learning.
Oh yeah. I mean, Yeah, that's one thing I'm always hesitant to when I go and buy stuff online because you run into a lot of foo bars. Not all the time, but there are reputable dealers and everything. But I would go on the thing if it's too good to be true, then it probably is.
Keep Shooting is one of those sites. I've bought several things from them over time. I have a very high confidence level as far as the way they describe the items is what you should expect to get delivered.
Yeah, I bought stuff from them too. I never had a bad experience.
Okay, that
I don't,
helps.
but I don't buy a lot of that shit because, well, it depends on what it is. But I've been tempted to buy one of their French Gore-Tex jackets that they have because they look freaking cool. But I have not bought one yet, and I should hurry up and do it before it's too late.
I didn't have a good winter setup, and I'm not talking about for camo stuff. I'm just talking about a good winter setup, period. You know, I would just layer winter jacket upon winter jacket, and I just suddenly became the Michelin man. You know, you put enough jacket on layering, that's what happens. So I wanted to get something that that with two layers, one for warmth and another in case it suddenly just started raining instead of snowing. That I could wear either one separately or both together.
Yeah.
If you already have something,
That's some cool jackets.
don't hesitate buying it because you already got something good that works.
Got some good jackets. I think that some of the jackets are pretty cool.
In some ways, it's kind of like a good pair of hiking boots. They don't have to be high-end, uber, military boots to be good hiking boots, but there are all sorts of excellent hiking boots, both made for military use and not necessarily specifically made for military use that are very good.
Yeah.
It's all about the devil's in the details.
Oh yeah.
Well, with everything, there's a blog or a group out there somewhere that's probably picked it apart, so you can usually figure out what's what.
Yeah.
Like just army surplus wool blankets. There's a whole freaking hierarchy. All the information's out there. There's so much. I mean, I'm sure it's the same way with boots and jackets, surplus stuff. That is.
I like the Swedish military motorcycle jacket's pretty unique, pretty cool. Looking at that one, it's like it's Swedish. I mean, yeah, Swedes are not known for being cool or being anything like that, but some of their jackets are pretty cool.
I think they keep shooting. I may be thinking of a different website, but I got an email from somebody today. I thought it was them, but it said it may not be. It had 1,080 Spam cans or 1,080 Yugoslavian rounds.
Wow.
For like $2.99. But what struck me as unusual is they were brass cased.
Yeah, but they're still corrosive. So you got to clean your rifle good after you shoot that stuff.
Well, I didn't read it all the details specifically, but what makes you think that it's corrosive?
Because it says. I know exactly what you're talking about. It is corrosive. It's the Yugoslavian military surplus. It's brass cased, but it's still corrosive ammo.
Oh, okay.
I'm positive. If I'm wrong, then I'll apologize later. But I'm pretty sure it's the same stuff.
Well, like I said, I don't recall all the details of it specifically. I just found it unusual that this Milsurp Yugo stuff was brass.
This thing's cool. I like the way this looks. It's all Return of the Jedi, or Empire Strikes Back, or Return of the Jedi, or whatever.
I love Return of the Jedi. I always thought that was cooler than the new ones that came out with Leslie Nielsen or whatever, Liam Nelson.
Those don't exist.
German sniper sleeping bag. No way. Well, that one sold out. Jeez. Just to say, I own a German sniper sleeping bag.
Ooh, German. I wonder where they get the
Tactical
names for some of this shit. Like I think they're making it up half the time. They're just like, yeah, this is Italian special forces underwear.
It's the water just beads off the underwear, so. No, some of their knife prices, I'd have to really look at them a little bit more before I would buy any of their knives. At keepshooting.com.
Not everything they have there is necessarily such a great deal. It's just that you're likely to find items there that you would have a difficult time finding elsewhere.
Oh yeah, that I believe. I was just. Oh, they have a Russian assault vest for people who collect AKs and go out shooting. I think that would complement the look to have a Russian assault vest. And it will hold 30-round magazines from an AR-15. Nice. But I do like the sniper sleeping bag. I wonder if that is embroidered on the bag in German.
It's got a hole so you can put your rifle out and shoot from inside the sleeping bag.
I have a couple of friends that are suckers for stuff like that. Like, oh, is this like the guy at our military surplus store will label things really cool, and so that attracts a couple of my friends who go in there looking for like Vietnam issue and World War II stuff and or foreign military surplus things, and they'll be like, "Oh my God, this is just because the guy has used a Sharpie and a cutout board and wrote stupid things like German special ops sleeping bag or
Just because whether it's special ops or sniper or whatever doesn't mean that he was on duty at the time he was using it.
It's amazing how I mean, it's just amazing how people things that they write to get people to buy things.
Well, it's marketing.
Yeah, it's marketing. I'm not trying to cause a debate or an argument. I'm just saying it's amazing how people when you're selling things.
Gus, I cannot stand arguing. When people argue that the original issue quickly gets lost, mired down,
Yeah.
it becomes an unenjoyable experience for everyone.
Oh, yeah.
I have a problem though, which was exhibited earlier tonight, where when I've had my fill, I'm trying to, if I expose myself, I'll get shot. So I have to stay down in a cesspool that I'm about to choke into. Well, where I feel it's coming up to my lips, I'm sure to choke on it. I gotta pop the hole open and come out and get some fresh air. And sometimes some of that shit comes with me.
Yeah.
That's where the Mr. Know-It-All came about.
The thing about him though is if you try to just be rational and just like stop trying to argue with him, because all he's doing is trying to argue at that point. If you try to do that, he considers himself the victor, and then he starts strutting around, like the big rooster in the yard.
Oh,
Are
absolutely.
we just generalizing? Are we generalizing as certain people, or are we
Oh no, we're talking about you.
certain? Oh yeah. I mean, he's a great guy and everything. He beats down.
I know better. I know exactly how he is. It's just the mistake for a long time. First of all, I was in that chat before he was. I assumed he wasn't going to be there because he didn't show up for the first 25 minutes. Normally, when he joins the chats, within a few minutes, I'm gone. Because I do not enjoy being in chats with that man. But he was already in there 20 minutes. He seemed okay at first, so I just kind of like let it ride. And then I had my fill, and I should have exited early, and I didn't. That was my mistake.
Yeah. Well, he's a real passionate guy, and he gets really emotional sometimes about some of his things that he really cares a lot about. And
But you can't
and I'm not saying.
what he really cares about and what he just has an opinion on, because he presents both as being really important, and he's always right. Never.
Oh yeah. I know. Yeah, I know. I know. I exactly know. I mean, yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm used to that because I have certain people in my family that are like that, so it doesn't bother me a whole lot. I don't try to get into arguments anymore because people get really passionate, and it kind of like throws message of the whole topic of the discussion. And
It's that, like, the other 8 or 9 people, whatever is in there, I enjoy talking to the rest of them. So it's like every time I have to leave because he's there, I don't get to enjoy what the other 8 people have to say.
Yeah.
Or learn from what the other people are talking about.
It gets it gets a little aggravating. It gets tiresome. There's annoyance. So you put that all together.
Anyway, we can change the topic. I just wanted to say that it was my mistake for not exiting that chit chat sooner. Because
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I know better than that.
Yeah.
I don't think it mattered. He was on it tonight, and I think that he just he was gonna do that no matter who, because he kept doing that to Matt too. So.
Yeah. Well, it's so I can't. That's the one thing I don't like to hear is like, you got to listen to both sides of the argument, and you're not always right. Just because you see something, you hear something on TV, does not mean that that you know everything. Just because you go with feelings doesn't mean you know everything. Now, I could sit and watch a YouTube video on changing, a carburetor, but does that make me an expert? Or I could, listen to a mechanic talk about things, but does that make me an expert? No.
Well,
does that make me a person?
Way to do it, or is there multiple ways?
Does it make me knowledgeable? Yes, but does that make me an expert and an intelligent person? It makes me, yeah, it can make me intelligent, but it doesn't make me the know all end all. And
I think he's got far too much airtime leading.
mm-hmm.
So,
Oh yeah.
I think PPR left, right?
Yeah.
Any of you have like a 308 or higher type of rifle?
308 rifle?
308,
30-06. I have my stepdad has a 30-06, but I don't have anything in a 308.
Well, what I was wondering is if 308 and 7.62x51 have the same relationship as 5.56 barrel running 223.
It's backwards with 308 and 7.62 51. It's the pressures are reversed, where where 223 has a lower pressure than 5.56. It's just the opposite with 308. 308's a little higher pressure than 7.62 by 51.
So what would be the reason, in let's say someone looking at a rifle, that would want a barrel that was 7.62 by 51?
I'm not sure if they want that specifically.
Well, I mean, as far as like barrel offerings from manufacturers, whether it be Remington, I'm not talking about just the barrel. I'm talking about the barrels already installed, etc. So it's like, because it automatically limits your ammunition flexibility.
Yeah, unless they I don't know. I don't know if it's already like that. Then I don't know why it would, unless it was a like a barrel that was originally intended for a mil-spec gun, and then it was put on a commercial rifle for some reason instead. I don't know why it would be like that though, because it wouldn't.
Yeah, I just saw a handful. I forget where I was, whether it was Slick Guns or G&G Sales or something like that, and there was a handful of rifles in their sale area that were 7.62 by 51, and that's what made me try to remember this question, was to ask it later. And then I'm wondering, it's like, well, why are they selling, something probably made in the last year, because it's all new stuff. Why aren't they just doing all 308 as far as that particular cartridge? Because then you could shoot both versus just one. Hello?
Yeah, that I don't. I don't know. I suppose they could be Milsurp rifles or something, and it just appeared that they're new production.
Okay. With the Ruger Mini 14, I understand, because that came about when Bill was still alive. That's why it was 223 and not 5.56. But they haven't changed over since to make it 5.56, to make it at least a little bit more compatible on just that one thing. Shoot either or, and not have to worry about, which did I slip?
I thought the newer ones were. I thought the newer Mini 14s were chambered 5.56.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. I'm glad that's available.
I think so, anyway. I believe I remember reading that on the spec sheet on Ruger's website. I don't know when the change occurred, but
at some point, whether it be a month from now or 6 months from now, one of the things on my list of things to purchase is another gun, because I have two holes in what I consider to be categories of guns that I would like to have. Who did we lose this time? Hello?
I think, Nick had to run.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have the side chat. I'm just on my
Oh, okay.
So I guess when you and I stopped talking, that's probably the end of it. But what was I talking about? I lost my train of thought. Let's see. Oh, list of things I'd like to buy in the next 6 months. Anyway, one is a very small 380 pocket gun, and it's for those times that I need to be not just deeply concealed, but not printing in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
And the other is at some point, and of course, is I don't have a true high-powered rifle. And but that's going to be, getting the rifle is really just step one of a multi-step expenditure, because that's something that I could not afford to do all at once.
Yeah, setting it up with the optic and everything else. Yeah.
Right. And then there's some non-gun things that I want to purchase that are not nearly as expensive, but still, when you start adding them up, $200, $300, et cetera, it starts adding up to real money. I want to get like a outdoor portable solar charging system where when I'm out, if I'm not near my car, I can simply unroll a solar panel and charge my GPS. I have a GPS that has, I don't know if they all have them nowadays or not. They didn't used to always have them, but where they had different modes, like by car, by bicycle, by foot, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
It used to be, back in the days, a premium feature because it was always by car only.
Yeah, unless you got the little the ones that looked like a walkie-talkie, and those were set up specifically for walking around.
Right, and a lot of us walking around wouldn't really do driving.
Yeah.
So it was one of the few at that time that literally got the best of all worlds, and it's also set up to a standard that it can get rained on, so I don't have to worry about that. But the battery's starting to get a little weak where the charge doesn't hold for as long as I would necessarily like. So if let's say that the charge lasts for 45 minutes on battery power only, and I'm 2 hours from the car, well, as long as I notice where I'm at, within an hour of being back, that's fine. But what if I don't? And then at that point I have to use other methods, which I've done before, using compass and dead reckoning and that sort of thing, and that does work for the most part. It's not necessarily as accurate, but it will get you to where you need to go. And what was the other besides the solar panel? Oh, the other thing was I'm trying to convince a guy on YouTube. He's had gun channels as well. He does a lot of vlogs lately. He's out in California. He comes on the chats once in a while now, but not as nearly as often as he used. Ashnazi, that's what it is. That he has a contest of giving away a Baofeng portable ham radio, and that part of the giveaway is, he said that he would download the software into it and then set it up for the local area of the user. And I've always been very hesitant to get into them, and the software install and setup has been part of the mental break of getting into that. And I realize, yes, you have a license to talk and all that sort of stuff, but I'm interested in it from a point of just simply scanning police, fire, emergency services in my own area and areas nearby. That right now I have zero ability except for waiting till the local TV station decides to either interrupt the program if I happen to be online at the time, or wait for the regular news long after it's over.
Yeah, yeah. I've got a police band scanner and a weather radio that, which I think the police scanner's got a weather radio on, but the weather radio I've got is one of those programmable ones that's programmed for your area, so it only comes on when it's like actually local to you. But I would like to get into ham radio. I looked into it years ago when back in the 80s and 90s I used to dabble in CB radios and stuff, and there was a couple of my friends who had gotten into ham radio. I started looking into that a little bit, but there was all the tests and stuff that you have to do, and back then I was going to college at the time. I was like, I don't need more tests. I take enough tests as it is. But now I kind of wish I had done that, and I've been looking back into it a little bit.
The cost of the test is not overwhelming.
Oh no, well, back then it wasn't the cost of it anyway. It was just the fact that I was like 20 years old and I didn't want to take another test.
And I'd be willing to practice and take the test at some point, but initially I would be happy if I just got the listening capability.
Oh yeah, because you can use the thing with the scanning channels and everything. You can sit there and scan channels and listen all day long without having to have a license. It's keying that mic up that you need a license for.
Right, and and because the ham frequencies and so forth, I can get a lot more than a standard scanner.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, even just listening to other repeater towers of what's going on the East Coast, what's going on the West Coast, what's going down in Louisiana. It'll hit that before it may necessarily hit local news or again anything else.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you've heard me say this before or not, but I am a prepper, and I believe in being prepared from something that's happened to everyone that I've known at one time or another, and that's job loss, to power failure for a couple of days. That's happened to me. It's happened to a lot of people that I know. Floods. I live in the Midwest, about a little over an hour away from Mississippi, and we have some years that we get torrential rains and the dams just can't handle the control of it. Different areas have different problems, whether they be fire or flood or earthquake, or just what I'll call the two-legged danger of crime. If Ferguson turned up in the local decent-sized town not too far from me, I would want to be aware of what's happening.
Yeah.
And that's all part of preparedness. People always think, oh, it's all end of the world stuff. No, it's not.
Yeah, we never used that term. Never heard that term until several years ago when it became the new trendy thing. But we've been doing that here all our lives because we live in a flood zone. We are very close to the Gulf Coast, so we usually get 2 or 3 tornadoes, or at least hurricanes or tropical systems of some kind that cause us some at least localized flooding, usually cutting us off from getting to town for a couple of days, and most likely causing power outage and outage of most other utilities for at least a few days. So we always have to be prepared for that in some way. So we usually have a preparedness plan for that in place, and have food stocks for such. You know, it's food stocks that we go through a little more frequently than you would like preparing for a long-term situation. But yeah, we've always been preppers in this area. Most everybody are, at least to some extent.
I'm in northern Illinois, and each area, even in some states are divided into different areas or regions. But we kind of got away a little bit of the survivalist term, because in this area that became kind of a negative connotation.
Yeah.
You're that guy that lives out in the woods, the hermit, never shaves, never bathes, never, that sort of thing. And that's what kind of brought in we want to prepare for regular events that happen, hopefully don't happen to us, but as a minimum happen to people that we know. And unemployment is by far the most common disaster that will visit anyone's family, and especially with today people living paycheck to paycheck. Do you have some money put away? And I'll just throw a caveat in there, that's also not in the bank.
Oh yeah, you have to. You can't get around doing that, and it's probably better if you keep it hidden away so that you almost forget about it from time to time.
Right, and I see, because I've said this a number of times in chats, what I'm about to tell you, and it's amazing how many people have no idea what it means, what I just said. And the two words are bank holiday. And of course that goes back to President Roosevelt when he declared a bank holiday in 1929, where all the banks nationally from coast to coast shut down on Friday, some of which were open on Monday, others of which were open a few days later, some of which were open several weeks later. It kind of depended.
Well, that kind of happened in Greece and to a lesser extent in Australia not too long ago. Due to the economic stuff, the banks were closing, so people couldn't come and get all their money out when when the economies were fluctuating so badly.
It was because technology has changed a lot of things, it was a new way of having a bank holiday without having the president have to tell the American people we're having a bank holiday. And that's, or whatever the equivalent of the president in, not Athens, but Greece is they were having their version, what I'll call bank holiday light. First of all the banks were closed, literally.
Yeah, they completely shut their systems down so that you couldn't even go to ATMs or anything. They completely cut their network links or whatever it was they did, so they shut the whole system down.
And the reason I say have it personally is because when these banks closed in Athens as well as 1929, they also denied total access to the safety deposit boxes. So if you have your cash, your valuables, whatever, in a safety deposit box, you no longer have access to them until they allow it. And we don't.
Yeah.
If they were to do it here, we would never know until the time comes under what conditions would they allow you to withdraw it, like after inspection. Does inspection include we have to pay special taxes if we decide to take cash out? What if we have precious metals in there? Does that mean we have to either give it all back to them because they've declared possession of gold illegal, which happened back in Roosevelt's time? I mean, there's also, because if it happened once, it can happen again. And it didn't just happen, in some third world country. It happened here. people used to have walk-in pantries like they were walk-in closets. Or they didn't call it prepping; they called it living.
Yeah. My grandparents had in their old house. They had it was basically like a little walk-in closet that was the pantry had where they kept all their canned foods and everything. And it was an old house, so it was probably built in probably the early 1900s, probably when it was built.
Right. And
but yeah, it wasn't a very big house either, and it had a little room. And then from there, you went down into the root cellar, which was basically just a little hole under that room, big enough to put some onions and potatoes.
Right. So you mentioned you live somewhere by the Gulf. Do you have any way of desalinating water if your freshwater supplies, because of a tidal surge, were to become contaminated with salt water?
Actually, I don't currently have a desalinator built, but it wouldn't be difficult from parts around that I have, just scrap stuff that I have probably that I like, stuff that everybody tells me I should throw away that I don't. That it wouldn't be difficult for me to build one. It would not be a large scale one, but
it doesn't need to be large scale at all. But let me ask you a few questions just to get a better snapshot idea of kind of where you're at. How would you power the equipment that's needed to make this desalinator?
Oh, that's a good question there that I'm hoping to have an answer to that pretty soon, because I saw a generator that is supposed to be able to run off of like a small stream that's supposed to be able to power a water pump. And I'm thinking about trying to build this because I've got a creek behind my house, and it's most of the time it's got a fairly swift current to it, which I'm hoping is going to be enough to power this thing, because it's supposed to not take that much to power it. And if I can use that to power the little motor with, then or the little generator, then that should be enough to do it. I've just got to get the parts together to do it with. I think I probably got most of the stuff laying around.
Some welding and so forth, wouldn't you?
Do what now?
Wouldn't you need to do some welding as far as creating adapters for the pipes and so forth?
Well, I'm not exactly sure, because I don't know exactly what all I have as far as the parts, because like the windings and all that stuff, I'm not sure exactly what all I've got and what pipe fittings and all that stuff that I would need. I know I've got sections of PVC pipe that like leftover stuff that I've had to use to make repairs, or we redid our septic system a while back, so I've got like a few 10-foot sections of like sewer pipe, like 4-inch pipe that I had left over from that.
Well, let me ask you a question about desalinization in general, because I really don't know a lot about the process. I thought it was a evaporative process where you heated the liquid to be desalinated in tank A, and then through the process of evaporation by applying heat, that would then rise up into a higher point that would then have a series of cooling coils that would then take it from a gas form and recondense it back into a liquid form in the injection tank.
It's basically a distillation process like a moonshine still, except you're only using water. and you can use heat to do it with, which is a lot faster, or you can just let it do it through an evaporative process, which would take a lot longer. You won't yield near as much water, but if you had a larger scale to do it on, you could do it without heat, and if you were collecting that water up over a period of time, then you wouldn't really need the heat, but you would have to be able to distill a lot of water at a time to do it that way. But yeah, basically you just evaporate the water so that your salts and other minerals are staying behind. The water evaporates up, and then it's going to drip off of the lid, basically, of whatever you've got, your cover, the top of your dome, into something else, or into a lower portion of your thing. Usually what you do is you have like a round container, or as close to round as you can, that's an outer container, and then your inner container would have your raw water in it, your
To be processed.
yeah, the water that needs to be processed. And then once it evaporates out of there or gets heated and evaporates, then it's going to run around the inside surface of this outer container into something else, and then from there it's going to go through coils to cool it.
Question I have is because of that going from gas to, starting as a liquid, going to gas, going back to liquid, that you're going to have some what I'll call medium pressures. Not excessively high pressures, but you're going to have medium pressures at least. And of course, you have to guard against leaks in the system because that's lost water. And that's why I was thinking of how you might need to weld connections to ensure that you have a leak-free system.
Yeah, you might need to seal in some way. I wouldn't necessarily say weld. You may use something else, because you're not going to really have much pressure beyond the pressure of I guess of the system itself. Just you're gonna, because once it drips down and goes through the part that's going to cool it and run it through the coils. See, that's not going to be a pressurized system there, so you're going to have some pressure in there, but it's not going to be a lot of pressure because of the way that it goes through.
Okay. Gotcha.
But and see, as it goes through those coils, see, your pressure is going to be relieved through there too. So you shouldn't need a whole lot of pressure. So it shouldn't need too tight of a seal, because those pressures shouldn't be all that high, and you've got somewhere for that pressure to go. But there will be some pressure that's built up in there, so it will need a good seal, but just to keep the gases from escaping before they're supposed to.
If you do end up having time to scavenge some parts and work some things together, I would certainly encourage you to try to create one that will create more desalinized water than what you believe you may need. And the reason I say that is twofold. One, it is, depending on how you're coming at it, is to help others in times of need. That's one. The other is, depending on things you may need or may not have, is you have immediately something to barter with.
That's always good. Is
there's no reason that you can't do both. Help somebody out by bartering with them. I mean, it is possible. It's just that if somebody has nothing to barter with, and they're on the verge of falling over, then you have to ask yourself some questions. But that's why building it to greater capacity than what you think you might need gives you that ethical choice to make versus it's either my family or you, and screw you. Because, the hardest thing I think in a disaster to come through with, not knowing how many days or weeks it may take, is to make sure that when we look backwards, we're proud of the decisions that we made and not ashamed.
Yeah.
We may never see what happened to that person. But then again, it could be a neighbor. Who knows? But I believe in being prepared, and of course, you can run yourself crazy as far as, well, what about this? What about that? What about this? I can only protect myself against things that I have options for. There's nothing I can do if suddenly a power plant goes awry. As far as stopping its impact on where I live, there's nothing I can do about that. Now, if I survive that initial destruction, disruption, depending on what you want to put it, then there are things I might be able to do. Especially if I have, a little bit of advance notice. You really don't need that much. But I don't suspect, depending on the type of device, or the type of disaster, no one knows that their job is going to be on the line, so that you have no setup for. But that's where, I believe that the best investments anyone can make is in themselves. Number one, knowledge and education, because it can never be repossessed, regardless of whether you can make those payments or not. Once you have that knowledge, you have it forever, if you choose to keep it. And what was the other? Knowledge and education. And I forgot where I was going with this. I'm also getting tired. So it's getting harder to think. But anyway, there's a lot of ordinary reasons that preparedness can come into play and make a tough time for somebody. Not easy, but not as tough as it needs to be.
Oh yeah, definitely. Several years ago, we pretty much lost everything. Had to start over again because I lost my job and had to get basically a crap job. I was making I was doing pretty good, and that job went away. It was just like gone. No advance warning. I had probably, I don't know, probably 3 or 4 months worth of salary that was saved up, for emergencies. That went toward helping keep the mortgage paid and stuff like that. And so when I went out to get a job, I ended up getting a job that was not a whole lot more than minimum wage. So my savings were slowly dwindling down. And even with my wife working too, the savings just kept slowly dwindling down until we ended up having to sell our house and move because we just couldn't afford to pay that mortgage anymore. We had to find something cheaper, and I had to find a better job. And so we basically ended up almost giving the house away because it was one of those things where we had to get out from under the mortgage without a foreclosure, and so we almost gave it away. And if not for the fact that we had things put back and saved up for for bad times and for emergencies, that we probably wouldn't have made it through that time. And it took a little time getting back on our feet again, but that's basically how we did it, because we were prepared for most any kind of disaster type situation, and job loss is a disaster situation.